Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Elijah and Witsit Part 2.
Where's the division and what item is being divided? Can you be specific?
Yeah, he's in there. Oh, he's in the text. I don't know. He's not in here, but he's in the text.
No, I'm waiting for him to respond.
But honestly, Eli, like it's that whole time is if we gave it the due diligence of like, okay, hopefully we can redeem these people. It's not anymore. It's done. It is over and done with. Because it's about the argument, not about the person speaking it. So the argument that they're talking, anyone who speaks of an argument that is inconsistent with what we've been saying, they better bring the evidence for it. Because the claim is that the earth is a globe and celestial navigation can work on a globe. That's the claim. Where's the evidence to that shit? Not about let's just hear. Let them speak. Maybe they'll after all their ramblings, their incoherent ramblings, they'll come up with something. Because that's how science should work. You just let them ramble for however long, and then we'll get to something somewhere. We might not reach the truth, but it might be something. What a fun story? What the fuck? I don't know, but that's why I'm confused right now. It's like, and then there's people advocating, like you said, in our server currently, people advocating for those positions, and I'm like, that's not what we're here for, dudes. It's not. The world has been taken in by this global lie, and all the things that they talk about within it, right? The vacuum of space, the Earth is spinning, all these things. So all these things that have been told to us, nobody's standing up for them except for you and me and everybody that stands up for that. Outside of that, there's people on the side of the argument at one time that were saying the things that we're saying. All of a sudden, we hear them changing their minds. And now they're saying the opposite. Science doesn't prove things, and that celestial navigation can work on a globe. This is the issue. It isn't the person that's speaking, it is definitely the argument. And that's what I'm saying. So if you're speaking against that argument, then you become a part of the problem. And yeah, we don't asking somebody questions like, how do you know something? Well, we're not allowing them to speak. If they could only just wax themselves intelligent and hear their words, maybe you'll get somewhere, but you interrupted them and not let them tell you their fancy story. That is crazy.
What can
Anyway,
we do, man? Yep.
I'm just saying, dude, like, I mean, imagine, God forbid, if I was to come up here and say and tell you that, dude, you're wrong. Like, celestial navigation can work on a globe. Like, and I would be nonchalant about it. And I'm just like, how, bro? How are you gonna sit there and be like, dude, I'm just gonna give you the benefit of the
Well,
doubt,
just
bro?
you saying
What the
that, like,
fuck, bro?
just you saying that gave me a twitch because I'm like, well, I didn't expect others to do that. Like, could mayhem one day come in and say, well, you know what? I don't
Dude,
know.
if I'm serious, if that happens, something's wrong. Something's off. Like, you better, I don't know. Something will be definitely off. There's no
You know,
way.
but there's only one kind of person that does this. Like this isn't unknown to us. Let's think about this. So it happens during every political time if you pay attention to politics. Um, because you like me, for example, okay? I was a Bernie supporter specifically because I was against the establishment. I liked his message at the time. I've evolved a little bit, but I liked his message at the time. And so the thing about it is, I saw things firsthand that nobody can tell me I didn't see, right? Then there's the other side, the establishment. Now they were lying the whole time. Now I was in the fight with some people that I had met along the way that seemed to align with the truth like myself. Hmm. But come the general, you have people that I thought that aligned with me didn't align. People who thought, well, you know what, we need to get in. So we know Hillary's a liar, but let's, let's see what happens. Let's kind of, chill out, relax. And then it turned into, well, Hillary was the good candidate. It's not like Bernie actually won. What? Like, wait, wait a minute. Wait, you were there with me. We were there. So what I'm saying is, let me use another example. Uh, okay, perfect example. There are people like your favorite artist or your favorite podcasters. Joe Rogan, for example. You might have thought Joe Rogan's on our side. He's talking about the moon landings and how they were bullshit. And then he gets up to a certain number of individuals paying attention, and all of a sudden, oh, I don't know about those conspiracy theorists. Oh, we went to the moon, right, Neil deGrasse Tyson? You said there was enough fuel, right? It wasn't to go to the Piggly Wiggly. Ha 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 ha. Stupid people who don't believe we went to the moon. Look at all this evidence. Like, they go from being on your side to trying to be reasonable and sit on the middle to then going, oh, you motherfuckers are crazy. I
Yep.
always knew that we were
Yep.
like, that's what we're watching right now.
Exactly. Dude, you just encapsulated it so perfectly. That was exactly the way I'm feeling right now. I'm like, and that's what I'm saying. I'm reconciling this to myself, but also trying to tell the brethren, man, like, guys, do you guys see what's going on? Are we all just turning the cheek? The other cheek? Are we all turning a blind eye? What's up, y'all? Holler at me, man. Talk to me. Tell me if what we're saying right now doesn't add up to what he just said. It encapsulated it perfectly. And what I mean is, we're sticking to what the arguments are about, not the person, but at the same time, the people who are advocating for our position and speaking the truth that we're saying. It's now just been like, fuck, dude, what are you guys doing? You're not letting these other people speak. So you guys must be wrong. Looking to us. And we're just like, yo, fam, yo, come holler at me. What's up, man? Talk to me. What's really going on? Like, you just want to tell them that. It's like, what is going on? Fucking Twilight Zone, man. What is up? I don't know, man. I'm just, it's blowing my mind, bro. I'm telling you. But I mean, you said something earlier, Eli. You said it's a spiritual battle too. It's like you can't negate the fact that this is a deeper meaning. Like, people inside are wrestling with demons. Like if they're still wrestling with them. If you're on the side of truth and you know what's going on, you're just like, yeah, no, this is true, man. Let somebody bring a charge against it. But now, if you got it in your mind, like, this is, well, shit,
Answer.
man.
Look at
You know what I mean?
the non-answer.
I don't know. You still there, Eli? You cut out a little bit. Say again. No, yeah, you didn't come through that time. Or at least I didn't hear.
I've lost him too.
Yeah, we lost you, Eli. Yeah, he was on point right there. He encapsulated it. You're in and out. Try again.
Still?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Oh. No, I was saying, oh gosh. Let me see if Witsit will come in here and make sense.
Well, I don't know what else to do, man. Like, to be honest, like, we've done everything we could possible, and stick to the argument. And I don't know what else can you do. Obviously, if somebody's taking that side and they're staunch in their position, that they're dug in, uh, I mean, I don't know. What are you gonna do?
I've never actually liked listening to Jaron because of all his other beliefs that he puts throughout what he speaks about.
Yeah, I mean that's listen, that's part of it though. But like, I mean, speculating and whatever. I mean, they can. I don't care about that. The thing that I care about most is when they say the certain things that are established to be true are not true. And so, if they say you can have celestial navigation on the globe, that's incorrect. Do you guys agree with that, or do you disagree with that? Does anybody here disagree with that? First of all, like I'm gonna test the people in here. If you guys feel like that argument is incorrect, please come forward today, right now. If you think that science doesn't prove things, please come forward. If you're on this panel right now, you honestly think that science doesn't prove anything, please come forward.
Well, we could believe that we could do celestial navigation on a globe, and we could end up in the complete wrong country.
Yeah, but it's not about, I don't know what I'm saying, not about belief, AJ. What I mean is,
No, I
can you
know, I
provide
know.
the evidence? Can you provide the evidence that we can do celestial navigation on a globe? Provide the evidence, not the belief.
No,
They
that's
don't
why I
have
Right.
said
any.
they've got a belief because there is no evidence.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That this is this is the charge against the people who are saying that you cannot do celestial navigation on the globe. The charge is you can do it, right?
Modern celestial navigation basically removes the globe within the methodology. They start with the globe, they cut it in half, and then place you in the middle of that globe.
Mm.
So they start by creating a flat plane.
But that's what I was saying though, Drace. I'm getting to the part where why why are they coming against this? It's already we've already had this. This shit was what we were wrestling ballers with, years ago about on this server on FED, like different places. But we were standing for that truth.
Audience too, Miggy. I think it's about the audience. They want the followers. They're relying on it for their money. They've got to be speculating and offering new arguments, I suppose, to get the followers interested. Maybe that's what
I'm,
I
I'm
see.
No.
trying to get, I'm trying to get Witsit to come into VC now because he responded. Because look, how many times are you gonna say QE's a liar and he won't debate me? I heard you already. Like you're like an advertisement from McDonald's, okay? On the side of the highway. Either I'm gonna hit the exit or I'm not. like it's a, like how many times you gonna advertise the same message? Like I already told you I'd love to see you and QE debate. If QE's not gonna debate you, then I guess he's not gonna debate you. That is a far inferior point to the things that you've said versus what he said.
Mm.
The things that you have on video versus the things that he has on video. Whatever that may be. Let's examine it all. Stop talking about it. Put it out there. Stop
Yeah.
talking about it. Put it out
Yeah.
there.
I was just hearing like I'll be honest, man. Like he may or may not have said that like on record, but like the things that I've heard on record was that clip that was played the other day. So I've heard of that. So there was it sounded like the double speak. So that needs to be like either one way that you're gonna either stand on one side or the other of that argument, and by way of like admission, we'll know for sure, right? Like this is my position. This is what I advocate for. Science does not prove anything. It's only showing, uh, maybe a cause of an effect, but not the cause of the effect. Like if I heard
Yeah,
that, I'll be
you
like,
can't have both. You can't. What's it? No, like, you can't have both conversations with me simultaneously.
oh,
You can say QE, and I'm not saying QE is a hypocrite. You can say QE is a hypocrite by saying, look, he doesn't follow his own method, not his method, but the method. Here's where he didn't follow the method. Guess what? He be dead to rights. I told you that already. Show me where he did that. You can't
mm,
just go, oh, he thinks photons is this, that, and the third. Nah, fam. Show me where he promoted or proposed a hypothesis that is invalid. You can't go, oh, he won't debate me and I'll crush him,
Yeah.
while simultaneously saying that the scientific method doesn't prove things because look at this hypothesis that isn't actually a valid hypothesis. You're not, yeah, you're like, I don't know who the fuck you think you're rocking to sleep with that bullshit, but I told you time and time again, I don't give a damn about QE and how you feel about QE. Now, I care about QE just like I care about him. I can't help that. But what I mean when I say I don't give a damn, what I'm saying is stop crying to me about the man. Either you have a problem with him, which is inconsequential. I don't care about this high school bullshit,
Yeah.
or you're actually critiquing the scientific method. Don't use those things interchangeably and tell
Yeah.
me the scientific method is BS because QE doesn't follow it. I don't give a shit if he follows it or not. Now, I know he does. But if he isn't, let me see that shit.
Yeah. With this Drace, you're highlighting a point that I was talking about earlier. It stings for people on our side, like that are seeing the truth the way we do. It stings, bro. It's not a delightful thing, but what it is something that has to be kind of like uh put out into the place where we actually understand, because like listen, let's just say for example you like having a beer with Eli. He's a great person. You barbecue with them, it's great. He's a great guy. You like bowling with him, you do stuff with him, he's a cool dude, right? But that's not going to merit basis for standing by somebody because they're speaking falsehood. You can't do that. That's what draws the line between what you are going to say, because you're basically what it is if you say, nah, Eli can say what he wants, even if he's speaking incorrectly. He's a cool buddy of mine. Is that how we operate now? Is that what this is all about? Or just somebody being really cool and awesome, and then we're just gonna let them say things that are incorrect? That's what I'm saying. Where are people in here gonna test that inside themselves, what they are
Oh,
gonna stand for?
Miggy knows. Yeah, I could love you. You know what? The deeper I have love for you, the quicker I'm gonna turn my head and go, nigga, what you just say?
Yeah, I know that. Yep,
You,
I get
it'd make
100%.
me even more upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, time out. Wait. Time out. Pause. Argue. Wait. Time out. What'd you just say? Like, we got to get this cleared up real quick.
Yeah,
Like, that's me because it's not about my love for someone. It's about the truth because that
yeah,
is the only the. I believe that truth and God. No, I can't say they're the same. It's just that truth is His signature stamp hood on everything that is. Everything that is that it is. He says, "I am." That He is.
yeah,
He is. Everything that is. There's no contradiction to reality being what it is. Therefore, everything that is true and just is what it is, just is what it is. My love for my brother doesn't supersede that. Never. Because that's the only thing I can rely on when I wake up out of bed is the only thing I know that is truth is going to be true.
yep.
Because others are going to just disappoint you in the end. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? We pray that they don't.
Well, and
I'm
that's the
sorry.
same.
I'm sorry to be preaching. I'm not like I'm not trying to be all. I
No,
mean,
what it is, what it is was it's just a bit of like us. It's therapeutic because when you actually talk about, it's the inward feeling that you get when somebody you've been in the trenches with just like starts going on big forums and just speaking against the truth that you've been speaking of with that person for the longest of times, and you're just like, how, brethren, how? Explain to me why, because I'm at a loss right now why you're doing this, and I don't know why, what would possess you to say such things and this huge audience listening to you. I don't know. And that to me was like, yeah, if you might like the person, who cares? That's great. But the thing is, they're speaking falsehoods against the truth that you're speaking of, which directly contradicts everything what you're doing, your actual your mission standing for truth. That's what it's doing. It's I don't know. Just it's coming against that, and that's what I'm saying. It's disheartening, man. That's all. It's like I find it's like it doesn't. You don't like to hear it, is what I'm saying. But why would then they be doing that? Is what I'm saying. Why? If we don't like hearing it, why would they be doing it? It's, I don't look forward to people in the server like me and Eli are we're going at it like why? I don't look forward to that. But what I do look forward to is like reconciling this difference and hopefully redeeming someone. But if that's not possible, then what do we have then, right? If they're not being able to be reconciled, what do we got? I don't know. You guys search within yourselves and try to figure that one out because I've been trying to like yeah I see it going on. It's you want to avoid it as much as you can. Hopefully it dies down on its own, but people are taking the hard stance, bros. That's what it is. They're not even they're not saying, "Okay, fine, we have our position, you have your position and we'll just leave it at that." No. They're getting on bigger forums. They're shouting it louder and louder to the point where it's like, "No, those guys are scammers. They're the wrong ones. They're the ones you should avoid." That's what they're doing. And all of us are getting thrown under the bus and we don't understand why that is happening. So that's what I mean, obviously it's spiritual, right? But the why would somebody speaking the truth then all of a sudden turn around and say, no, 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 I didn't mean that. Those guys whom I've been in the trenches with are the liars. You do know what that is, right? That's the spirit of Satan because that's what he did. His brethren were the angels and he turned against them and he was charging his brethren. And that's when Michael turned to him and said, the Lord rebuke you because that's all he could say because he couldn't
I don't
like
even know, like, I don't even know why. I honestly, like, man, I
it's
wish
spiritual,
Gregory
bro.
was here.
It's spiritual, bro.
Because Greg, like, he dislikes some people, right? But how could he teach me this message and simultaneously with brothers that I know agree with this message and
Yeah.
and speak up seemingly on the side of those who are against this do it.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I mean, I can see, I can see your, cause yeah, when biblically speaking, when it comes to the, I've said him, Huey has to reel it in, man. He has to reel his spirit in for the
Mm-hmm.
way he goes after ballers. Like, yeah, I go after, I don't, I go after ballers in the spirit of I'm just trying to tell the truth and they're in the way sometimes. But he still, I don't have that spirit in me, and I don't think that's good. But I'm not his fucking father. He's my senior. I don't like it. We could be honest about that, but you got to put that shit to the side to know when a man is telling the truth and another is that is being deceitful.
Yeah.
You can't, just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean you side with the person who sounds like he's making sense but is living a lie. Because just like you said, and what do you call them? You call them uh oh, treason, is it? Treasonous, traitorous.
Treacherous, yeah.
Am I coming in and out again?
Yeah, you are. You are
I
coming
should have
in
said
and out.
something a long time ago, man. I've done walked back into the Wawa.
Yeah, well, it's hard to interrupt when you're on one, but at the same time, you're spotty at sometimes, but yeah, we heard most of what you said for sure. I'm really the thing is like it's really just a self check in here for people to like look within themselves. What do you because you're gonna have to at some point. It's one of those things in life where you're gonna have to deal with like it's the argument. It's not the person. Either the argument stands or it does not. and what they're saying is the truth. So it's one way or the other. It's either what they're saying is the way it really is, and I don't know. I guess that's what everybody in here has to search for themselves about. I fear for that. It's just that's what stings the most, I guess. We've been advocating for these positions, and now it's like it's turned on its head. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm with Elijah on this. There should always be a way to talk about things, to debate things. I don't see why is not an option.
Tell him, Jace. Tell only you were the only person speaking up with me the other day. Can you tell him what went on that day?
Which day? Are you talking about when Witsit was in here, or when QE was in here? Which what?
When uh when I was speaking with Witsit and Gregory, and you were the only one, piping up.
Yeah, yeah. That was a really good conversation. Uh, I also was asking Witsit questions about like what he was saying because people were misunderstanding him, and yeah, it's not comfortable to be in a situation where uh, people you like are beefing. So I don't know. I don't like it.
I think anybody does, man. But the divisory line is not the aspect of the human that's speaking it. It's the actual argument. That's the dividing line. Whether or not that argument stands or it falls, that's how it's going to be portrayed.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about Witsit is his willingness to actually talk about it and argue about it. Uh, you just got to be really specific with him, just like you got to be really specific with QE. Otherwise, uh, they will read something else.
Well, I listen. We've heard Jaron
But that's
and Nathan.
that's what I'm at. Like that's what I'm saying.
So I
Witsit
don't know.
was Witsit was saying that you can't determine the cause in the scientific method because there are variables that you can't account for.
Well, that's what
That,
Jaron was saying.
that I know, but I'm asking Drace, like, what do you mean? I don't care how likable he is. He was
Yeah,
like, he was wrong.
wrong and right. That's my issue with it. He's
Right?
Right,
right.
right against sorry to interrupt. Right
Sorry.
against a straw man.
Yeah. Like he
Because
kept he
who the hell is giving faulty hypotheses for things? Because those
yeah
are the only things he's refuting is something that's not actually a hypothesis. So when I say, hey, that's not a part of a hypothesis, therefore, and he goes, well, why are these things being quantified then? And I'm like, well, they're not.
yeah
Where do we
yeah.
go from there?
The problem is he keeps trying to obfuscate into like there are different component parts that could be different uh, cause. We just haven't found it yet. That's the classic Wilbur uh, nonsense, basically, which he's using.
An
And
appeal
and
to the future
in
fallacy.
Appeal to
yeah,
the
and
future.
but
Yeah.
when you're talking about something like the human body, where you don't actually understand exactly how, for instance, vitamin C is used inside the body. It's kind of like a black box. You're putting stuff in and you're getting stuff out. I
Hmm.
can agree that like the scurvy thing, it might not be 100%, but when you're dealing with things like water, you're never gonna, and he had even admitted it, you're never gonna stop heat making water boil. You might be able to find a variation of that heat or variation of that water to create a different variables, but you're not going to change what we discovered already. That's never gonna happen. You're never gonna debunk that.
Well, here's where and I repeated this over and over that night. Here's where he was wrong. Trying to construct the hypothesis backwards using the conclusion inversely to invalidate the argument, which in short terms is a straw man. Because I told him it's not that science proves that giving someone vitamin C will cure them of scurvy. The hypothesis is lack of vitamin C causes scurvy.
No,
The,
I
the,
debunked this though. I debunked this. You don't remember what
how?
I said back to that? Yeah, I said
What,
no. I said no. We're talking specifically about what they've been saying for years, and specifically when asked, "How do you prove that lack of vitamin D causes scurvy?" They say we do an experiment by giving the people vitamin C. So that is the experiment they invoked, was actually giving people vitamin C and then scurvy going away. So how is this strong?
okay, here we go. Here we go. Because since you've identified or you suppose what they're missing, you vary the vitamin C by giving them vitamin C to see if there's a change in the effect.
Okay, so let's go back to your critique you just said, which was when we critique that experiment, it's a straw man, even though that's the experiment they invoked.
But it's not the hypothesis. The hypothesis is lack of vitamin C is causing the condition.
Non sequitur. We're talking about the experiment that allegedly proved something, and the experiment that's being critiqued is literally the experiment that they said, and you claimed it was a straw man.
How's it? Okay, so explain it to me. What do you mean? What am
Okay,
I getting wrong here?
the whole debate is that a scientific experiment that definitively proves something that you can close the book on forever? And the experiment they invoke is that you give someone vitamin C and then scurvy goes away. So if we did critique that experiment, that's not a straw man. To actually
What
change it
well,
back to hypothesis is
what
a
is the
nightmare.
critique? What's the critique though? I'm not getting it.
Oh, well, can we address the first point though that you were claiming it was a straw man, but it's literally
No,
not?
because what's the critique? What do you mean?
Okay, so the critique was say that the scenario is you start giving them vitamin C, but the scurvy doesn't go away. At what point in time can you say definitively you've proven the null hypothesis? How can you remove quantitative aspects?
Obviously, a quantity is going to be involved, but that's actually a red herring from the point that you're going to qualify that is the that it's the lack of vitamin C. Why? Because the phenomenon happens in instances where there were lack of vitamin C, lack of
That's
oranges or
correlation,
whatever
not
it was.
causation.
Re- re- what, anyway,
Anyway, what? That's a correlation, not causation.
a-
So back to the
anyway,
point.
no,
Can you
yeah, but the
go
point
ahead? Go ahead.
that's the point of carrying out the experiment. Why? Because they're trying to figure out why these sailors, right? Why these sailors are getting sick with this condition.
Yeah.
What
Uh
is the
huh.
cause of this happening? And then they
Okay.
figure it out. Hmm,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
the
I'm gonna
lack
ask
of
the question
vitamin C.
again. I'm just gonna keep asking the question though. So, at what point in time when you were giving the vitamin C and it didn't cure scurvy, could you say that you definitively proved the null hypothesis?
Well, you wouldn't have proven it until you did.
And so you don't prove.
Until you varied the independent variable, which was and always will be the lack of vitamin C. It doesn't matter
Okay.
if they carried out the experiment and they didn't vary the independent variable enough.
Wait.
That's
Wait. Wait. Wait.
isn't that analogous to lighting a flame like a little candle to a pot of water and going, it's not boiling, so therefore
Okay. You're not actually addressing the point. So
that is
the
addressing
claim.
the point because in that sense, if I put a candle under some water and it doesn't boil, then I prove the no, right? That it isn't heat. Except that's ridiculous.
Right. I know it would be faulty. It would be. That's our point, dude.
No, that's
Okay, which is that you can
ridiculous.
never claim to know that you definitively.
It is.
Dude, you can never claim to know definitively. Oh my God, you can never claim to know definitively that you proved the null because you may just not have manipulated the independent variable enough. When do you? The question is, when do you know that you proved the null?
When you have a change and then you see the natural phenomena observed. When
So you're
you
saying the only.
vary,
Go ahead.
um, when you
I thought
vary
you were.
enough, the independent variable, and you see the change, the desired effect that you were looking for, that is when you've proven your hypothesis and invalidated the null.
Okay, that wasn't the question. I said, when do you prove the null? There's no way out of this. This is why Oakley ran away from it. So if we are saying that science is qualitative, it's not quantitative, which is correct. Okay, it's just a qualitative cause and effect relationship. If I then manipulate the variable, the presumed cause of vitamin C, and it doesn't cure scurvy, did I prove the null?
Well, you stopped varying it at a certain point, and so at that point, you can say that up to this amount does not stop scurvy. Like, that's what you tested. You can't just make assumptions about things you didn't test.
So then you can never claim to have definitively proven a null. You have to invoke quantity.
No, it's just the
No, you,
null. The null is the alternative hypothesis in the supposition. So your supposition is this is what's causing something. So I'm going to vary this thing and it's going to cause this
Yeah, this
effect.
is what you would.
Now I'm not done. I'm not done. So
Well, you're pausing for 10 seconds. So, I mean,
that wasn't 10 seconds, bro. You're being ridiculous.
okay, 5 seconds.
It wasn't 5 seconds. You're being ridiculous.
Go ahead, man.
I'm going to start again.
There's no way
So
out of this.
there's no way out of what? Why do you keep over talking me, bro?
Projection.
Projection? No, I'm actually upset.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
That's a fact.
There's no way
I'm
out of
upset.
this.
That's a fact. I'm upset.
Do you guys
That's a
want to go
fact.
down to chill chat?
No,
No.
we don't. We're talking about science. That's the fuck this server is about. You want to mind your business?
I muted him. Carry on, gentlemen.
So, like I said, you observe a natural phenomena. You, as the researcher, have a supposition as to what's causing that. If you are unable to get a positive result, then you automatically give it the no result. That you could not prove that your supposition was the cause. It is what it is. You
I mean,
could
just
not
on that,
prove. Not that it does not prove. You could not prove. You did not prove that your supposition was correct. That doesn't mean that it's impossible to prove. It doesn't mean that it's not an empirical result. It means that you did not prove that what you manipulated was the cause in your test, in that setup, in that test. Now, you might try it again and you might get the result you were looking for. And then you've proven the hypothesis and invalidated the null.
but the hypothesis for the vitamin C, they must have had an idea about the vitamin C in the first place. There must have been some reason why, oh, look, we know he's having vitamin C and he's not as bad, or he's having no vitamin C and he's worse. So you've observed something happening with the vitamin C, then you'll just vary and manipulate that. You wouldn't just make that up. You've obviously observed something in the first place with the vitamin C.
Yeah, man on a boat. There's no fruit. These people are getting sick in the same exact way. What's missing here? They're eating fish, whatever have you, dried meat. They're still getting sick. I don't see the problem. Oh, perhaps could it be fruit? Because we decided fuck fruit because we don't really have a way to preserve the fruit. Maybe it's the fruit. What's in the fruit? Vitamin C. Let's try to give them a little fruit or a little bit of vitamin C and see if it stops the cause of scurvy. Send them with some fruit. Look at that. They're not getting sick anymore. What's the problem?
I think he left Eli, or he got disconnected. Either he left or he got disconnected. One of the two. I don't know. Beasticles, I'm just gonna warn you one time. Don't interject when moderators are speaking. Please learn the decorum of this forum as well. I'm gonna mute you right now, but just so that you know, when you come in like that, that's just a hard and fast mute for you. I'm unmuting you right now. Heads up next time, all right? Look at
Yeah,
people's
for
tags.
sure.
Look at people's tags in the server, Beasticles. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, no problem. I was just,
All right.
I just,
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, but like, just look at people's tags. If they're speaking and they're moderators, it's everybody's earned their stripes to be in the positions they are in this forum. So,
gotcha.
all right.
Huh, am I riding high on emotion? A little
I
bit.
don't think so.
Did
I don't
did
think
did
so.
he did he? I mean, it sounded like he was a little more collected, but I get upset when people act smug with me.
Mm. No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I
to
think
me,
it's just
you were more collected, Elijah, but because he was starting to sound like a glober a little bit to me.
yeah.
But it happens when you get
What,
upset.
what, is it, what
Like,
does this mean? You can never prove a no. No, bitch. What we're doing is making suppositions as to what's causing something.
Mm.
That's the point. Not proving a no. Now, have I heard flat earthers say that you're proving yes, that the have I seen online that the entire point of the method of falsification is to prove a no. No, it's just in my humble opinion, it's that it's even falsifiable to begin with. That's what the null is for.
Yeah. I don't know. Radwin's speaking of it, saying it's a very dumb argument from both sides. I don't understand that. So now, like, Radwin, if you could just speak on why is it dumb on both sides, bro?
Going to be hard for me to speak since I'm in my office at work.
Oh,
All
But
right, brother. We'll chill
using
out. We'll let
using
you get to it.
vitamin C, I don't think is a good argument. Too many
No,
variables.
it's lack. Everybody say what it really is.
yeah.
Stop saying it backwards. The lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. It's not I put vitamin C in someone and it not causes scurvy. That's not that's not the form of the sentence that is proper in the setup. It's the lack because that is what was observed as a natural phenomena. The lack of in this instance. I understand that it's different than well, no, it's just the lack of. The words are kind of funny because we're saying the lack versus the added heat. The lack of vitamin C, the added heat. I understand those are like different, but the
Okay,
form and
I'm
the
back.
construction
Well,
of the sentence is
I never really,
well,
I want to say, I never really understood this because, as far as I'm concerned, if you're doing the basic water boils thing, I mean, if you change the thing down the road, then you've changed the experiment. You know, if you find extra variables, find extra thing, you haven't you still proved it though. You still
well,
proved it. That's the way I see it.
let me guarantee you this. It's really it's really the water temperature like Miggy said. And
Yep.
what they do is they measure the water vapor on top of the water. That's what that is what the measure is. It's not a part of the hypothesis, but that is what the measure is for the Celsius and yada yada yada. Okay? So when they say, "Oh, I added some heat, nothing happened," Well, nothing's happening. You don't have any. You don't. The vapor hasn't reached a certain state of excitement. You don't have a measure of this thing. But that has nothing. That doesn't invalidate the fact that the cause of water boiling is heat.
Hey, can we go back to scurvy because there's no way out of it. There's no way out of it. So
There's
I'm
no way out of
asking the
what?
question: how do you know? There's no way out of the scurvy question. How do you know when you prove the null? So the claim is that science is qualitative, not quantitative. Okay, what's our hypothesis? That the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy. Okay, so we're
Hmm.
going to do an experiment and we're going to manipulate the independent variable of vitamin C to establish the cause and effect relationship between vitamin C and scurvy. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
then
So
we start
so
to
hold
get,
on. Pause right there if
dude,
you
you've
don't
been
mind.
talking forever. I have stuff to do
Pause.
today, dude. I'm not
Okay.
sitting here for
Pause.
3 hours,
All
dude.
I said was pause if you don't mind, because there was a time where we were friends and we would go and we would battle the ballers at the same time, right? So I just said pause, bro. Chill
Okay, yeah,
out.
please, Eli. You talk 95% of the time and repeat the FED script we've all heard for 4 years, like I haven't heard it, and then that'll definitely help us get to the bottom.
Okay. So long as we're talking about the lack of vitamin C, not adding it.
Okay. So the very experiment that QE and Oakley have brought up for years is that you introduce vitamin C to the individual to see if it is in fact a cause and effect relationship. So are we now changing the experiment?
The Well, the phenomena is the lack of vitamin C. You could definitely just send somebody on a voyage without it and see if it causes scurvy. Now you can do the after you figure out that it is vitamin C, then you can play around with how much vitamin C you give someone
You're
that
getting
already has the scurvy.
it's getting
Exactly.
worse. It's getting worse for you. So now what you've done is conflate correlation and causation and say that I can just send someone on a ship, and since they don't have vitamin C, that must be the cause of scurvy. But of course, that's not how science works. You have to actually independently isolate and manipulate the variable to prove it's a cause and effect, or you would be conflating cause and effect. So I guess our causation and correlation. So I guess now we can just look at the star behind the eclipse and claim that gravitational lensing bent the light around the sun. No, we
Non
have to
sequitur.
actually manipulate the
Stay
variable
on
directly.
point. Stay on
Non
point.
sequitur.
I'm on point. You guys may not be catching up,
No,
but
no, no.
you'll get there
Don't tell them to
eventually.
stay on point. I got this. All I said was
You'll catch up
non
eventually.
sequitur,
Take
and
some
I'll tell
notes.
you
Pull
why
out
it's
your
a non sequitur.
crayons.
I'll tell you why it's a non sequitur. How is it correlation? The the man is needing vitamin C. They're lacking vitamin C. That is what's causing it. It's not, oh, well, maybe there's fish, or maybe there's this, or maybe there's that. There's one particular thing that is lacking that is causing the same thing time and time again. And then I asked you the
Okay.
other night, I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. Is there another way that someone gets scurvy, or is it just the lack of vitamin C? Is that
And
on
I
record?
answered it. And I answered it. And you know what else is on
What
record?
was the answer? What was the
Well,
answer?
I guarantee you I'll keep getting interrupted. I guarantee you they'll
What
keep
was
me and
the
Chewy in front of
answer,
this.
bro?
You
Relax.
guys
What
can't
was the
debate
answer?
me. This is why QE offered. I said I had to pay him 10 grand because he would get
What
so
was
embarrassed.
the answer? Relax.
Okay.
What was the answer?
I said technically they're actually manipulative. They're lacking equilibrium in their vestibular system that actually cause them to get sick over time. You couldn't just isolate it to them being on a ship. We're not freaking cavemen with 60 IQs. Now let's go back to the other point that you keep
No,
avoiding, which is
don't
that
go back to the other point. I have a rebuttal to that.
so this is why I'm going to leave the
Have a
server. I'm just
rebuttal
going
to
to talk to
that
Indio
because it was
about
the
it.
same rebuttal.
I'm just going to talk to
One
Indio about
point,
it. So,
1 point at a time. Yeah, Kiwi wants to talk to Indio too. I don't give a fuck about what you both want. Now, let's go back to that point. I said that night, couldn't you just
I know you think this is your server, but it's not your server. It's not your server. You
I
don't have
don't give
juice
a
like
fuck
that.
about you or QE wanting to go to Indio.
Why
Now
do you
let
keep
me say my piece.
interrupting me when you've been talking 95% of the time?
Because you want to go to another point, and I'm like, let's deal with that point. You're like, it could be the equilibrium and blah 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 blah. So my rebuttal to that, which it was that night, well, couldn't you just put them in a building, not a ship, and
So you
deprive them of vitamin C?
So now you have conceded that your dumbass example of just sending people on a ship isn't sufficient, and that would just be a correlation assumption. Now we had to actually take away an additional variable of the vestibular system to be able to isolate the variable of vitamin C. Thank you for your concession. You're getting dunked on. Now we'll move on to the next part of it that you can't answer, which is that the
No,
null
let's not move on. Let's not move on.
Okay,
Because
then
if you
rebut it.
again,
Rebut
if
it.
you would relax, I have another rebuttal to that.
No,
No,
you
it's just a control. It's just a control because you're like, okay, well, perhaps it's the water and the movement that's causing it. So let's control for that while we continue to manipulate the variable, which is the lack of vitamin C. What are you talking about? How am I
So
getting dunked
then
on?
you're conceding that you have to do something other than just quote unquote send some people off on a ship, see they get scurvy, and therefore you've proven that it's vitamin C. So thank you for your concession. Now we'll go back to the point that
What's
you're
wrong with
avoiding.
what's wrong with that concession? Okay, because you've come along and you've like, well, wait a minute. It could be the fact that they're moving around, and I'm like, okay, well, let's account for that. Let's control that variable as well, and it still happens. What's the point?
Okay, so the point is that you can't just say, hey, look, they're on a ship and they got scurvy. That proves
I just
vitamin C.
conceded that. So what? What's the point?
Yeah, so you were wrong. Okay,
I
so
was
now
wrong in what? Is the cause is still lack of vitamin C.
you can't just make that assumption because people are on a ship getting sick. That's not how science works.
Well,
Or
it's not
doing
just people on a ship. It's people who lack vitamin C. They don't have to be on a ship.
so.
That's just
You
an
were
example.
wrong when you claimed that you could
Right,
just show.
because we're talking about a situation that they first figured it out.
Oh, okay, so let's talk about the situation they first figured it out. So whenever they see that the people on the ship get scurvy, they could assume that it's vitamin C. Okay, but science doesn't work with baseless assumption that isn't tested. We don't just see a correlation and assume a cause and effect relationship test. So what we have to then do is actually do a test to isolate that independent variable, control every other variable that we can think of, and then manipulate it to establish the cause and effect relationship. So when you took them off the boat, now you're controlling for the variable of the vestibular system. So you can't just claim that they're on a ship and that proves that there's a cause and effect with vitamin C. That's correlation, not causation.
Okay, well, we control for the variable of their vestibular system. So what? The
Okay,
cause
that's
is
fine.
still lack of vitamin C. So what's the
Sure,
problem?
sure. Now let's get to the actual point, which is say that we want to test the claim of vitamin C. Okay, so what we're going to do is control every other variable. Let's take them off the ship, control for the vestibular system, blah, blah, blah. Now we're going to manipulate the variable of vitamin C. What happens when I manipulate vitamin C by introducing vitamin C to the people, but it doesn't cure scurvy? Did I prove the null hypothesis?
The null hypothesis is the lack of vitamin C doesn't cause scurvy.
Okay, so
So
when I
so
introduce,
you saying introducing vitamin C to someone is not a part of the null hypothesis. What do you mean?
that's literally the test. Okay, so how about this? That's the test that QE and Oakley have set for 5 years. It's funny that now
I don't
that's not
care
the
about QE and Nate.
dude. You're
Yo,
interrupting me
bro,
every.
I'm gonna say
The
this.
only the only way you
I'm
can
gonna
debate
say
me
this
is
for
just
the
through
millionth.
scurvy.
I'm gonna say this for the millionth time. I'm speaking with you. I don't
So
care
why
what
are you interrupting me?
Nathan because I don't care what Nathan and QE said. I'm telling you. I'm telling you as a purveyor of the scientific method that you like and don't like, love and don't love.
Are we just gonna
That's
let him
my
keep
first.
interrupting me?
That's my
Is that
first
what is that?
cheap. That's my first cheap shot at you, by the way.
And
Now,
I'm just wondering, are we gonna let Are we gonna let this dude keep interrupting me? Is that how this room works now? Is Eli can't debate me, so he can just incessantly censor me by funding muting me?
how am I incensed? He just wants to build premise on top of premise and then ask me questions that are fallacious. Like, so when we include or vary the input of vitamin C and it doesn't heal someone of scurvy, can we then say that the null hypothesis is false? No, bro, because the null hypothesis is the lack of vitamin C does not cause scurvy. That
So
is
he
the
just
null
wants to talk to
hypothesis.
himself, right? right because the way that he can pretend he's right is not to let me talk and then just talk to himself. So
No,
in
just get it right, fam. That's all. Just get the
no,
no
no,
hypothesis correct.
stop
That's
interrupting me,
all.
buddy. Okay,
Go ahead and
so
get the no hypothesis correct, and
so
then
I'm glad
we can move on.
I'm glad we
Can I
got
ask a
got
question real quick?
yeah.
What do you?
God forbid I get to respond.
But let Witsit respond.
This is like Globers. This is like the worst anti-flat eartherism ever. So
You're like a
so
Glover.
it's projection. You're getting dunked on, dude. I'm glad that it's now on the record that Eli said that their experiment is wrong. I'm so glad we got that covered. So now let's just
Their
play your game.
experiment.
Now let's play your game.
That's
Now let's
hilarious.
play your. You just said that that experiment's wrong. If you're just introducing vitamin C, it's not a scientific experiment to validate the hypothesis that the lack of vitamin C can cause a scurvy. So thank you for your
That's
concession,
not
and
what I said.
maybe
You're a double speaker. That's not what I said. I said the lack of vitamin C doesn't cause scurvy would be the
what
null
you just said
hypothesis. But
that.
that's not what you just said. That's not
Okay,
what you just said.
hey. So he is gonna get to keep interrupting me. That's
Oh
crazy. So
wow. He's gonna get to keep lying like he's on record for doing while saying he dunked on me. Like you could have,
yeah.
little boy.
Okay, you're getting destroyed. So
Okay.
this is the point. This is the point. They say that the scientific experiment is to give the people vitamin C and then the scurvy goes away. You're saying that isn't the scientific experiment because that is not the hypothesis. It's the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, and then the null is the lack of vitamin C doesn't cause scurvy. Okay, cool. So I'm glad we agree. Oakley and Q, you're wrong. We'll move on to your example now. So if I then remove vitamin C from someone, but they don't get scurvy, did I prove the null hypothesis? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, but then if we realize actually if there's a longer period of time and they're without vitamin C for longer, or they have less vitamin C, they do eventually get scurvy. Then we'd be like, wait a minute, when we first thought we proved the null, we were wrong, right?
Okay.
Okay, so then we can't claim to close the book on science with definitive tests validating qualitative cause and effect with no hypotheses because we could be wrong in the future.
Okay.
Okay, so we agree then that you can't just claim to have definitively proven a null hypothesis because maybe you didn't manipulate the variable enough.
Okay.
Okay, I'm glad that we agree. So it, there you go. That's the whole point. That's literally the point. So
Mm-hmm.
how did you not get dunked on? Like that's the
Because we're talking about a supposition as to what causes something actually being validated. Yeah, the opposite to that is you're wrong. Perhaps you don't something goes wrong with the test or you didn't manipulate something enough, perhaps. But you could never say, I don't know if this is what you're saying. You could never say that once you found the cause of something, lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, or heat causes water to boil. Because I'm not gonna muddy the water and say what you say about heat. But the bottom line is, once you validated the hypothesis, not the no hypothesis, the hypothesis, then the book is closed.
okay. I gotta say this is funny. You see why was getting frustrated about getting interrupted, right? Because once I did it, there you go. So this is
But
the
who's
whole
well,
thing.
who's claiming what you're arguing against? Because
You and all of that.
like I said, no, look, listen. The bottom line is the scientific method proves things, not proves no hypotheses.
Oh, that's not what Oakley's been saying. That's not what you've been
I don't
saying. You've
care. That's not. I never, as anybody in this room ever heard me say, the scientific method proves that something isn't the case. Has anyone ever heard me say that?
that's the whole logical premise that you guys present. If A, then B.
But has anyone heard me present the argument in that way, in the logical form, in that way? Anyone?
So then why don't you call out Huey and Oakley for being wrong about it?
Because I don't have to suck their dick all day worrying about what
But
they
you
do,
do.
dream about
But
them,
you
eat,
do
sleep, and
that.
think about them. No, I
But you
don't.
literally do
Okay,
that. No.
okay. Has anyone ever heard me? How many times have you mentioned me mention Kiwi and Witsit? and Nathan versus
You guys were talking about it when I came in here.
how many times have you heard me? I've been in Geos, I've been in Jim Pandas, I've been here, I've been on YouTube's. How many times have you heard me talking about Nathan and QE versus
You were
how many
talking.
times Witsit has?
You were talking about QE and me when I came in. But just to clarify, so you agree, so you disagree with them about this?
I agree with the scientific method in the way that I've been advocating for it this entire time.
Why are you ducking the question?
I'm not ducking the question. I'm just telling you what the reality is.
So so they're wrong about this then.
I don't know what they're wrong about, bruh. Why don't you go ahead and get a clip of why don't you go ahead and get a clip of them saying that the scientific method proves no hypothesis?
Okay, absolutely. And when I find 50 of them, then you'll admit they are wrong then.
Maybe,
Oh,
perhaps.
maybe, dude. Why are you being a baller, bro?
How am I being a baller? I'm telling you to go have me put my money where my mouth is, fam.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
all I
because
that's how I roll, that's how I've always rolled.
because Oakley said this 100 times, right? He said this in the conversation with Jaron in the first 20 minutes. He literally his whole.
I expressly remember you lying.
Okay, so hey, is anyone else in the room going to admit that the FED panel has been saying that you either prove the hypothesis or the null, and that both of them are proven? That you
That
prove
yeah,
both of them?
they do say that. They do say that.
Okay, so then Jaron's point was, Oakley, how can you say that you proved the null? Because it could be you're falsely interpreting it as a null, but in fact you didn't manipulate the variable enough. And then Oakley just avoided it, and then everyone talked about how Jaron is retarded. Ironically, Jaron dunked on Oakley and
Because he
QE.
said that science doesn't prove things. That's not true. He's just talking about a null result, about something not being proven, about a supposition not being proven. That's not science doesn't prove shit.
Oh, okay, well, see, now you're changing the subject to the
No, that's
macro.
exactly what the fuck is on tape, motherfucker.
Yeah, so I know you're getting emotional because I just
Because
exposed
that's
the
exactly
cult.
what's on tape.
I just exposed
Him
the cult
saying
that
that
is
science
FDD.
doesn't prove things isn't science proves not the supposition, which is what
Okay,
you're advocating for.
okay, so we agree that to say that you tell QE to come in here and stop being such a little girl if he's in the chat. So we agree that QE is retarded, and when he says that you prove the null, when you prove the null hypothesis, he's wrong. No, the silence. Silence is acquiescence. So this is the problem,
Silence
right?
is acquiescent. No, like I said, this entire conversation, this entire issue began because Jaron is like, science doesn't prove things. Then he went on to talk about suppositions that are not validated. We're talking about things that science does prove, bro.
Yeah,
He
and not
can't say
apparent.
science. He can't say science doesn't prove things and then talk about no hypothesis. You got to know how crazy that sounds.
Okay, but well, then you admit though that the talking point
Oh.
that dude, this was funny. This place has turned into a cult because I just now
So
demonstrated.
now this place is a
I
cult.
just
Oh,
yeah.
how about you talk to
Why
Indio and
are
tell
you
him,
all? I'm
talk to
going to
Indio and tell
talk
him
to
how you don't
India.
deserve to be a moderator anymore,
Okay,
since
yes,
this
there
place
you
is
go,
a
there
cult.
you go, there you go. Go tell him to take my mod
Well, you
powers. I
said
don't
it
care.
first. You said it first.
I never said anything about taking people's mod powers. This is what's so funny though.
Well, you're right. You're right. You're right. I misspoke right there. But what the fuck do you want to be a mod for here anyway?
Okay, yeah. The reason I'm coming here is because we have some dude named QE who's like 70 screaming and spitting on his mic that thinks he runs the room. So this is
I'm
the
not
reality.
QE.
That's not the point. You basically implied why do I want to be a mod because I don't come here.
I
I just answered
also
why.
argue with QE. That's what grown
Why
men do.
are
Grow
you
up.
screaming through the middle of me?
Because I also argue with QE. That's what men do. Grow up,
No,
bro.
okay, you did. You are behind. You implied why do you want to be a moderator here, as if to say you don't even come here anymore. I explained why
No,
I
that's
don't.
not what I said. That's not what I said. That's
So,
not what
so
I said. I didn't imply
why are
that.
you asking? Why are you asking? Why do I want to be a moderator?
Because you said this place is a cult. So fuck off. Don't be a part of this place then.
Okay, I'm pointing out that the person in the background is like, oh, right? They're acting like I'm doing something wrong, when in reality, I just exposed the cult rhetoric, and not one person in here debate me about it. So the only alternative is to censor me.
Well,
Okay,
first of
censor
all,
a
you're
flat
not being
earther.
you're not being censored. I just wanted one point to be taken at a time. And what it sounds like is Jaron did say science doesn't prove things, but you most certainly can prove that a supposition about about a natural phenomena can be correct. That is true. However, Jaron is saying that science doesn't prove things, and he's only focused on the null hypothesis. Now,
He was responding to Oakley. Yeah.
yeah, that's fucking wrong, bro. That's a
Okay,
mischaracterization of what we actually are about.
all right, cool. Bet $5,000 on it. Bet $5,000 that that's what you've been saying for 5 years. Bet $5,000.
That I bet 5 grand. That's exactly what the fuck I've been saying for 5 years.
No, 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 no.
So, yeah,
Immediately it's not we anymore.
I'm not.
Immediately it's
I
not we
am.
anymore.
What? Okay. As anyone other than me saying, yeah, sure. FED is my family. That's where I go. But guess what? I come here too. Guess what? I go to Geos too. But I always say, I'm my own man. I vouch for the truth. I vouch for the scientific method so far as it is a method of inquiry where you get a natural phenomena observed and then you suppose that it's A causes B or A doesn't cause B. I guess that's the part, the second part, the latter part of that, that you would disagree with. Fair enough. You've made a fair point. I don't think that it's accurate to say that science doesn't prove things just because you might get it fucked up with a no result.
Okay, but
Is what
this is
I'm
the point.
communicating. Is what I'm communicating to you. But
Yeah. Okay.
Jaron can't say science doesn't prove things because that's also not an accurate statement, dog.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to discuss the subsequent aspect of the discussion, but the first part is that it has been specifically claimed that with scientific experiment, you can definitively prove either A, the hypothesis, or B, the null. And if it doesn't prove the hypothesis, it ipso facto proves definitively the null. And you can close the book on it. That's how science works. Okay? So now that we've absolutely exposed that to not be true, anyone in this room that continues to repeat it ad nauseum is intentionally choosing to be dishonest. Anyone that doesn't call QE out when he's screaming about it in this room is being dishonest. That's pretty cult like. That's pretty cult like, right?
Okay, fine. What about the lies that you tell?
Name one.
You specifically said that Jaron didn't say that science doesn't prove things, and this is not how the argument began. You began to text me a lie that was completely in contradiction to what was on tape.
Nope. So I did not say that. What I said was
What?
that Jaron did not say that. Jaron did not just simply say that because Oakley says science doesn't prove things, he's a scammer. He explained the context of once he was corrected with what he was invoking to support that claim, he refused to publicly admit it. He just tried to lie and claim he wasn't making the claim the whole time when he
Yeah,
clearly was.
that's not what he said. That's not what he said at the time. I don't care if he updated his rhetoric after the fact. When you spoke to me that morning and you called me a liar, and I pushed you and I challenged you to explain to me how the fuck I'm a liar, and then you said, okay, perhaps you're a little dishonest by association, and I was like, so fucking what? Whatever, so be it, right? Something like that. That's how the conversation went. But at the end of the day, the whole point of that was you tried to tell me that Jaron didn't say something. I fucking sat there and listened for 2 hours, and he said what I heard he said, and not what you tried to explain he meant.
My guy, I just now exposed the rhetoric. And what Jaron actually did was say that
Oh boy.
because Oakley lied, because Oakley, we have like 50 clips of QE and Oakley making the quantitative claim and claiming that it's a scientific hypothesis. We have Oakley screaming about it with his stupid boomer Gmail notes with a very presentation claiming it's a scientific hypothesis. Now they're claiming that it's not. and that they never said anything about quantitative. That's why Jaron said they're scamming, because once they were exposed, instead of being like, look, we misspoke, they just kept on pretending they never said it so that they can pretend they were never wrong. Yeah, that's scamming
Oh,
people.
there's thousands of hours. Look, I learned the scientific method from these guys. So in my rhetoric, because you would have to understand in full context what FED is about, not the cliff notes, to understand the difference between a valid hypothesis and an invalid hypothesis, which is you saying that the method is faulty because of these or the lack of this quantifiable nature of it. And I'm like, no, that's not part of the hypothesis. You then said, nah, but QE did say that it was quantifiable. This was the hypothesis is that water heat will cause water to boil at 100 degrees Celsius, blah 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 blah. And I said, well, if he said that, that's not true. That's what the fuck I said, wasn't it? Because that's not a
Yeah, yeah.
hypothesis. I told you that, didn't I?
Yeah, we concluded on agreeing that QE is retarded.
Wow. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You look, yeah,
You know I'm funny, bro.
look.
Like this is the deal, dude. I took the high road for a year, so I don't want to hear any
Okay,
of this
okay, but I don't
dumb,
like being put in the
nowhere
middle of it though. I don't like being put in the middle of it like I'm less than who I've always been.
Oh,
And I
Eli,
damn sure don't.
You know that I hung out with you in person, and that I always defend you, and that I say that you're the only one that has the little ounce of testosterone on that panel that calls them out. But you're so loyal that it's trapping you into defending their bullshit, and you're not allowed to actually disavow them explicitly. That's on you, bro.
I'm defending the scientific method, bro. What more do you want? You know what FED is about? It's about people coming in, affirming the consequent, begging the question, saying they have science and hypotheses that they actually don't, and then getting shut down. That's all the fuck the show is about.
No one comes in actually, so that's not what the show's about anymore. But I don't
The
care.
the same reason that no one that less people come in here, the same reason that less people come in Earth Awakenings now. Because unless you jerk them off and let them affirm the consequent and let them speculate while trying to tell you that it's actually a fact, but we're speculating, but it's actually a fact, sure, the
Okay.
disease will linger.
Yeah, but I'm saying like even the flat earthers that have disagreements can't go in there because they get
I
censored.
don't care. I don't care.
I
I
know,
don't
dude,
care.
Eli, why are you interrupting me so much?
Because you
Like,
keep on making it about FED, and I'm just
I'm,
making it about what the scientific method is and
I'm,
how it proves things. That's
I'm
all the
clearly
fuck
letting
I care
you,
about.
I'm clearly letting you fully speak, right? So can you just please like show me the same respect? So I'm
All right,
sorry
go
that,
ahead and finish dunking on
yeah,
FED
I've been
for
dunking
the
a lot
next
today.
5 minutes.
I might need a break in a
Go
second.
on and do it. That's what you need to do. Get
I
it
might
out.
need a water break in a sec. I've been dunking so much. So, this is the reality, though. What we've established is that the claim that you definitively prove a null hypothesis is a lie. That's wrong. So now everyone in this room needs to stop saying it, or you're intentionally lying because I just exposed it, and it's like a 5-year-old could understand what I just said. So this is what a baller does. When I dunk on McToon, you know what ballers do? They pretend it didn't happen. They pretend it didn't happen. So, like, are we going to be ballers now and just pretend it didn't happen? Or are we going to be intellectually honest and address it and, like, stop saying it? Because that's the reason there's a beef with Jaron. It's because Jaron admits he could be wrong about the science proves thing conversation. Right now he doesn't because now he doesn't because he's dug his feet in. But me and him have had a very nuanced conversation in the background. But the problem is that the things Jaron is right about, everyone's pretending he's wrong, calling him stupid, and then they're lying about him and they're lying about what they said. So that's a very Glover-esque approach.
Whose
Like
fault is that?
saying I need $10,000 to debate Witsit
Whose
because he
fault is that?
knows I would destroy him.
Whose fault is that? I mean, Nathan for a whole week against the entire FED panel and their beliefs and their lack of faith in Jaren. Against all of that, Nathan is like, nah, we're cool. You know what? And I was the only one that is like, nah, man, Jaren is not like he brought us 100 quotes that tell us that we've all been lied to. Like you guys are taking it too far. And the only reason I felt like that is because I'm like, well, Witsit knows him and I know Witsit, so Witsit's got to be a good judge of, like, he has to know something that I don't know. So I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. In the face of everybody, oh, you're a terrorist sympathizer, this, that, and the third. I'm like, yeah, so be it. But I just think that there's a miscommunication here, and I think that Jaron knows that you can validate things to be the truth. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure he knows that. Like,
yeah, but he's never
so
going to
so
say that you
so
can
so you know what happened?
definitively
So
prove
you know what?
something 100.
So you know. So you know what happened when Nathan was like, "Well, he has my number. Oh, it's not gonna be all the vitriol you guys think it is. I think it's gonna be a good conversation." What did Jaron do in the first opening gambit of their conversation?
Well,
Everything that you speak out against.
yeah, let's pretend like Oakley went there with good intentions, with a moral high ground to try to smooth things out, even though
How
we
the hell
have
would
him
you know?
because we have him documented saying he thinks he needs to do it because it's better for him monetarily.
Yeah,
We
so
literally have
what?
the
So what?
documentation of it. Okay,
So
so
what?
you just
That
asked how
wasn't
I
his
would
only.
know.
Look, here we go. Look. So you focus on just the no hypothesis, just like you focus on him saying, "Yeah, it would be great because I would make money." But he also
You
said
immediately
what I.
interrupted me
But
again.
he also said that I'd much rather Jaron understand this because his conversation with McToon and his conversation with other Globers would go differently if they couldn't dick him around on what the scientific method actually was. So it's actually my hope that I can get him to understand the construction of the hypothesis and the logic behind it. We can't act like he didn't also say that just because he wants to reap the benefits monetarily as well.
Am I going to be able to finish the thoughts though? So like,
Are
okay,
you going to actually respond like what I'm
I'm
saying is
literally
also the
trying
truth? Like,
to. You're doing the same thing Oakley does. He cuts him off 4 words in and then says he can't respond. Dude, you're interrupting.
you were just cutting me off, bro, and I'm not crying about it. Chill the fuck out.
Dude, everyone here knows you've been talking 90% of the time and interrupting me every time I speak. So whatever.
You
So
have been cutting me off. You've been trying to
okay,
get
dude.
past me premises that I don't agree with. I'm not gonna let you slide on that.
Everyone here knows you're interrupting and you're emotional. So this is the reality of the
I already
situation,
said
right?
I was emotional, yes. And yes,
You're
I'm gonna
doing it
interrupt
right
you
now. You're
if
literally
you
right now.
try to get past me premises that I don't agree with. That's gonna
You're
happen to
literally
everyone.
doing it right now, dude. You immediately did it again. Okay, so this is the thing. Jaron and I talked about this, and Jaron was like, what's your take on all this FED? They're putting us in their thumbnails. They're bashing us. They're saying they're going to end us and excommunicate us from flat Earth and all this stuff." And I said, I think we should take the high road. I think that they're desperate for clout because they got the same 50 people watching them every day. I think we should ignore them. What did I do? I ignored them. Okay. Now, Jaron wasn't able to fully ignore them because they kept talking. So after
Jared
a
started
year,
it.
yeah, Jaron started it. So actually, what happened was QE messaged me behind the scenes and told me to step away because now they had to do away with the ether, and he was waging war
So
on
what?
Bob and
That's
Jared.
cool.
So no,
So
so
what?
stop
That's
lying.
not
Jared didn't start
Nathan.
anything. Jared didn't start anything. So in
No.
reality,
He started with Nathan and Nathan's show. QE is not Nathan's show.
okay, so Jaron didn't start anything, right? What happened was Jaron gave his opinion, right? That you can never say 100% I closed the book on something for good because I know for a fact that there's nothing else that could be at play. Jaron said that's stupid because you always have to account for the fallibility of man, and we always go into the test assuming to know a proper definition of the variables and assuming to know all the variables at play. We could be wrong. We discover things all the time that maybe we didn't know about, right? So that's that. He
The
voiced his
No, let him
opinion.
finish. I'm going next.
He voiced his opinion, and then Oakley started talking about him. This was all after QE and Oakley and FED said that they're waging war on Globebusters and they have to be excommunicated. Although, ironically, the community spoke, and guess who got excommunicated? It was them.
Okay. So how it actually started, right? And by the way, trying to extend an olive branch, trying to be friends with everyone. I was there, okay? And how it actually started was people like Die Slow, people like Lemon Bird, people like all of these other people were making arguments about the ether that were in poor form.
Yeah,
That
I agree.
could be easily called out. Okay, great. Now, then they started coming on FED. Then they started arguing against QE because, well, not QE, but arguing in FED for ether as if it could be run through the scientific method. That's all Nathan's show is about. So he's like, hold on, what? Natural phenomena observed, like he would anybody else. And then they started throwing your name in it. One day you came in the middle of a conversation, maybe not aware of everything that went on before, and then Nathan maybe overreacted on you. Then Jaren got upset. Then Jaren said what Jaren said, and then FED waged war.
Okay, so this is if Oakley overreacted, you know what an adult would do? They would say, "Look, I was out of line. We
He
should have
did.
Witsit
He
back on
did.
and let
He did the very next day. He did.
immediately. We should have Witsit back
He
on."
did the very
Oh my,
next day on
oh
his
my
live.
god,
He
oh my
apologized
god,
to
dude,
you. No,
get
don't say oh
off
my
his
God.
dick.
I'm
Dude. This is
don't
such a
say oh
joke.
my God. Don't say oh my God.
You're interrupting me again,
How you doing, brother? No, but don't say oh my God when you're saying he should have apologized, and I'm like he did the very next day.
dude.
Concede
Is no one else gonna say something about the fact that Eli is interrupting me every single time I get 3 words out? Are we just gonna do this for hours?
because you're trying to get in lies, these little lies here and there, like
I
Nathan
know
himself.
I wasn't lying about it.
I don't care about your beef with QE first and foremost, but Nathan
Oh my
himself
god, now he's back to ranting
apologized
again
to you.
after interrupting me.
It's not a rant. You began with the premise of he should have, if he overreacted,
You
apologized.
didn't
And
let
all
me
I said was
finish,
he did.
dude. You didn't let me finish. You're arguing against something I didn't say. This is exactly what
You
Oakley
literally just
does.
said that, but you are a double speaker,
Dude,
right?
can someone mute him or something?
You are a
This is
double speaker,
insane.
right? Because now
No,
you're gonna say you didn't say what you just said.
oh my god, he's still doing it. Okay, so
Now he's gonna try to hide the fact that
here
he's
we go.
double speaking right
Here we
now.
go. Here we keep doing it. Please try to control yourself, okay? So what I was actually saying was, if that was the case, what Oakley should have done is then been like, look, I overreacted. I was out of line. Let's have Witsit back on and let him actually represent his point without being interrupted and censored. But you jumped in before I finished my
He
statement
said all
and then
that.
went on.
Sorry, he said all that. He said all
Oh,
that. It's recorded. Sorry to interrupt.
okay, bet 5 grand. Bet 5 grand he didn't say that.
Hmm, I'm not willing to
Okay,
bet 5 grand on that, but
okay,
I am willing to. But I am willing to get the audio and be corrected.
okay. I've already heard
Because
that.
that's what a
So,
truth because that's what a truther would do, right?
all right, but
Because I'm not
look, yeah.
trying to exacerbate the problem. I'm trying to tell you I heard this man apologize and say perhaps I was, a little overbearing and yada yada
Yeah.
yada. And it may not be the apology you like, but I agree
No,
with
that's
his
fine.
apology based on like let's just get the apology. Let's just do
Okay,
that.
that's fine. That's fine. Bro, you're not understanding my point. My point is that then we should have just moved together as a community, right? Because everyone knows I would have been able to walk Glowbusters off the ledge. In fact, I did it 15 times. Okay? And I walked QE off the ledge and Glowbusters off the ledge behind the scenes as the Peacekeeper for 2 years. Oh, this is the unspoken part of the story. So then you would have just had the conversation back and forth. So what did I do? I, against my better judgment, I went there and tried to iron it out. And immediately Oakley did the same thing again. So apologies don't mean anything. If your girlfriend says, I'm sorry for cheating on you, and then goes and bangs the neighbor the next day, her apology doesn't really mean much, does it? And I'm not some little girl. I don't need apologies. I'm just saying that the way that Flat Earth moves forward is we're not a cult of thought. We have different opinions. We should have intellectual exchanges. We should have battles of ideas where it's fair and people aren't interrupting each other. And then you can get to the bottom of it. Then the audience can decide who they agree with and they can pick and choose what they want to hold to be true and move on. Not 2 years of let me just claim that I'm excommunicating people. And then, of course, the opposite happened. And I'm not even here to talk about the beat. I'm here to point out that the logic, the dogmatic script of the science has been debunked. I just debunked half of it, and we haven't even gotten to the next part yet. So
So
can we
you
all
so
admit you
ultimately,
can't? Go ahead.
go ahead.
Can we all admit that the first step is that when we claim to know we've proven the null hypothesis, that's incorrect because we could improperly come to that conclusion, right? Preemptively, when in fact we may be rushing to judgment because we didn't manipulate the variable enough. So we can't claim to conclusively prove it until
You
we.
don't
And the only way you can. I'm almost done. The only way you can is to then introduce a quantitative variable, which means now we're not talking about strictly science. Now we're talking about a quantitative aspect.
yeah. Except
Good.
yeah, except no one talks about proving the no in this dogmatic way that you're talking about. I can bet 5,000 on that.
Okay, let's bet
We're
5,000
talking
that
about we're
literally
talking
QE
about
and Oakley do.
we're talking about testing a supposition. And if if you can't prove that it's the cause by testing the supposition, then the alternative is just there. It's just there as as a true dichotomy. Now, could you say it's not a true dichotomy? No, not because the motherfucker got it wrong. That doesn't mean it wasn't a true dichotomy. It just means the motherfucker got it wrong. But it's still
Okay,
an
that's a fair
empirical
point.
method.
That's a fair point, right? But that's my point. Like that's what I'm trying to say is that intellectual. Sorry, I keep getting calls. Intellectual minds would bridge the gap. So Jaron
Well, I
isn't
tried.
wrong when he
So,
Jaron isn't wrong when he says that with real life application, you can't claim that with one test you definitively proved something. You can't claim to know you nullify you prove the null
but
hypothesis.
so
This
then
is
why
such
is
a
he
simple.
arguing? So then why is he arguing when Nathan, for example, says the hypothesis has to be validatable, testable, repeatable, right?
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
they're
yeah. If you
saying the
repeat
same
the
thing.
same test 1,000 times where you don't give them enough vitamin C, it's never going to remove scurvy. And so then you can falsely come to the conclusion that you verified your null hypothesis.
But that's
This is
not
what
that you're
Oakley
not
ran
trying to
away from
verify
the
the no,
question.
man. Why do you keep saying that?
But because
Damn.
that's literally what he says, dude.
Oh, get the recording, bro, because I'm tired of this.
Okay, just go
Get
watch
the
the
recording.
conversation with Jared. That's
Nah,
his.
get the recording, bro.
No,
I'm
I'm
tired
not.
of it.
No, dude, no. You go
So then
watch the
stop
conversation.
making claims that you can't back up.
Okay, so now we're gonna pretend that Oakley doesn't say that you can prove the null hypothesis as well as Oakley.
Not in the way that you're trying to characterize it. No, he doesn't. No, the
Oh,
fuck he doesn't.
I offered you $5,000 bet, dude. I don't lie, despite you claiming I do.
I don't have to claim you lie. You just say shit, and then you say the opposite of it.
Okay, so this is the reality, right? Like an honest person would be like, yeah, well, okay, we can't say we know definitively that we've proven it null because we may not have manipulated it enough. Now we can go to the
Oh
next part.
God,
Now we
you
can go to
keep
the next
saying
part.
that.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
let's go to the next part.
yeah, because everyone here knows that that's what they say. So I'm not going to play the game that they don't say that. So
Okay,
anyway,
get
anyway,
the tape. Get the
uh,
tape.
okay, bro. Okay. They literally, it was his opener. He said, here's the logical syllogism. If A, then B. If not A, then not B. Or whatever, right? So, like, his entire point was it's one or the other, and they can't both simultaneously be true because that would violate the law of non contradiction. That was his whole opener. That was literally
Yeah.
his opener.
So the if A is if the lack of vitamin C, and if A not B is the lack of vitamin C doesn't. It isn't. We're gonna prove that vitamin C causes it. Oh no, it doesn't. Therefore, we proved that. Like the shit that you're saying is not valid form, bro. And I keep
Dude, that's
pointing it out,
literally what he
and you keep
said.
ignoring it.
He literally said in the opener he used the null as his second half of the example, dude. He said either you prove the
You're not
hypothesis.
testing the null.
He said you
The,
either
the
prove the
null is
hypothesis
you're not
or you
testing
prove
the
the
null.
null. That's what
You're
he
not.
said.
You have to have you have to have a certain amount of awareness to understand you're not trying to prove the null. You're not testing the null.
Yeah, actually, whenever you do the experiment, you have the hypothesis, and then you automatically have the null. If your hypothesis isn't validated, then what you're doing is verifying the null. This is the same script that they have been saying for 7 years. So if we're gonna pretend now we can just revise it, we can just have like a revised version of history, and therefore they can claim to have never been wrong. I'm not playing little kid games. That's why only 50 people watch them live. So what we're going to move on now to is the proving it. The whole argument. Oh, can science prove things definitively 100% beyond all reasonable doubt? There's no doubt whatsoever. You can close the book on it forever. That's not true. That's ignorant. And we discussed this in detail the other night. Did we not?
We discussed something the other night.
Okay. So the problem is, do you agree that if we say if A then B, that requires the prerequisite of us assuming that we properly understand both A and B?
No, nigga, because it's just a supposition until you test it and prove it true or false. And but you can't prove it false. You try to prove it true, and if you are unable to prove it true, then you assume it's false. That's all I'll give you. I'll give you that because that's honest. But you could be wrong. But you're not trying to prove the no.
Dude, this is crazy. Eve Tracer doing it too. We're now going to deny
Oh,
that
he's
they
not
say
listening.
that.
He's not listening. He's not listening. So what I just said is invalid.
Uh, no, no. What I'm trying to point out is that the proving part of it requires the. You didn't respond. I said the
No,
assumption
I guess
of the
I
A.
did. I said
No, you
no.
didn't. What you said was you
I
immediately
said
jumped into
no.
the test. You immediately jumped into the test. I'm talking about the assumptions before the test.
No, you don't have to understand shit. You, that's what the point of the test is. You observe a natural phenomena in the supposition, the hypothesis is just an assumption as to what could be causing it. So how could you understand everything before you do the test?
It's
That
just
make that make sense?
you're
Make
still
that make
lost, dude.
sense?
It's understanding the variables. So okay, let's use the heat thing, right? So dependent variable, water boils. Okay, water boils. So independent variable, heat. Hypothesis, presumed cause, heat causes water to boil. Okay, does that require us properly understand what heat and water is? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's where we obviously disagree because it has to have the caveat that heat
What do you
causes
mean
water to boil.
understand? Okay,
Heat,
okay, wait. Explain to me what you mean by understand. Like, okay,
like
I can hold
like
I
know
can
actually
I
know
can
what it
cup
is.
water. I can cup water in my hand. I see it. I know that it's water. Like I've called that thing, that substance water. Heat is the thing that if it's hot all day and I put my ass on the rock, it's going to sear my ass off, my ass skin. I understand those things. Is there anything else I need to know about it?
Okay, so heat is actually an effect. Okay, so when we
Oh my
invoke it as if a corporeal entity, right? We are assuming
It's
that we
another
fully
non sequitur to
understand.
what I just said, bro.
No, it's literally
Like
not.
you asked me a question, and I see clarification, and you're doing something else now.
No, I'm not. So we have to, if we're going to say that heat causes water to boil, that obviously requires us actually know what heat and water is. Duh, duh.
And I said, how the fuck could you not know what heat and water is? It's kind of
I
axiomatic.
And then I started to explain, and you claimed it was a non sequitur. So heat is actually an effect. Okay, heat's an effect. To invoke it as some type of corporeal entity is retarded. It's like caveman retarded. Heat's an effect. It's not some
So,
type of
so
corporeal
the
entity.
effective heat affects water. Like, what do you want to do? Spinning this language, like heat causes water to boil, fam. I don't know what the fuck
No,
you mean
it's
by
not
all of that.
something in.
I'm not categorizing it. I'm not saying it's this corporeal thing where it's this or I don't give a shit about none of that. But I'm in the
You
hood.
are.
I'm boiling in a pot of franks. I'm applying heat by use of the fire and the burner to get my water to boil. That's all. I don't need to know nothing else. What are you
Okay, so
talking
now we.
about?
So see, that's you're making my point even stronger. So now we've invoked fire. Well, fire and like say microwaves are different things. Microwaves heats
So,
things up. So does
so,
fire. Okay, but
so.
heat is actually a characteristic, and specifically, it is an effect. It is an effect of something. So what is heat? Well, actually, it's
So
electric
what
pressure
does that
mediation.
mean?
It's actually
So what is
electric
that?
pressure mediation,
Okay, okay.
provably.
So what's the so okay? Are you saying all of this to say that I can't say that heat causes water to boil? Is
No,
that's what this amounts to?
well, we're getting there. Because, yes, basically, because what I'm saying is, although I would say for sure, look, we can with utmost confidence say that he caused water to boil. Technically speaking, it requires the assumption that we fully understand heat. What if I can keep the temperature? Because heat is actually just temperature. Okay, that's all it is. So, what if I can actually
Duh.
keep the temperature high where we classify it as heat, but actually, there's a different type of heat that, or different type of phenomena that causes heat that removes a certain variable of electric pressure mediation and it can maintain the temperature but not make the water boil because the pressure itself is different due to the electricity.
Ugh. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Uh,
If you can, as long so long as you measure the vapor of the water itself and it's not boiling, then well, whatever.
okay, and so this is not an appeal to the future fallacy, which it's called an escape to the future. I didn't say you can't be right because something could happen in the future.
Mm-hmm.
As you can't. No, that's
Well,
not what I'm
look,
saying.
okay. I don't want to straw man you. Then here's the thing: you can construct a hypothesis and then test it, whatever way you wish, so long as you have an independent variable that you'll be manipulating. I don't care if it's microwaves. I don't care if it's electric tape. I don't give a fuck what it is. That's on you, dog.
Well, that's my point, though. There could be constituent parts of the independent variable that you don't currently know. You're not.
That doesn't stop heat from being the cause of water to boil. Like you're saying there could be this, there could be what did in in, in human communication, what does that mean? Unless what you're saying and my understanding of it allows me to create something greater than heat causing water to boil. Because then I'd be like, oh shit, we're on to something. I'm assuming he cut out. This is getting my blood pressure up, man. Too young for this.
I wouldn't let it bother you. I mean, you know what I mean?
Like, I don't want to say anymore while he's not here. Seeing as that he has been engaged. Like, fuck, bro. Sorry
Surely,
for the foul language that I've in the sorry for I'm emotional. Like Witsit and I have actually hung out. We've had drinks together. We've spoken a lot, man. Like, and I feel like he's strawmanning me indirectly by saying that FED says this. Well, if FED said this, then I would have been a proponent of this.
Yo,
I would have been,
Elijah.
you know what I'm saying? But he's saying that they've said things that I've never heard them say. Like, he
I'm
can
not trying
get
to be a
you.
smartass, bro, but you've been chatting for a while, and you should probably drink some water. It'll help with the blood pressure thing. I'm just saying. Like,
No, yeah, I'm about to
I'm
get
not
some
trying to
water.
be a smartass or anything. Yeah,
Good looking out,
I'm
bro.
just saying.
Good looking out. Get some water.
Don't boil it first.
I see what you did
How? I don't understand heat. How am I gonna get it to boil?
there.
Thing is though, like heat, water, boil, yeah. Then that's just that simple hypothesis you're looking at. Then you might want to do another hypothesis on something else. Like, you know, fucking magnetism makes water boil because you thought you'd seen that happen. Then you'd put that through the fucking test and see if that worked. Just have
Yeah.
different hypotheses for different things. You don't have to be all attached to the one heat causes water to boil. Yeah, you've proved that. If something else pops up, do another hypothesis for that observation.
Yeah. That's
Isn't
what I
that?
was trying to say.
Yeah, it's simple, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know why it has to be. It's the most simplest thing in the world. It doesn't mean it wasn't proof before. Just because you find some other variable down the road, it's fucking stupid. Why are we even talking about it?
That's the level this argument has degraded to, it seems. But
Right. Right. I'm glad you guys picked up on the same thing that I did.
yeah, we have. It's it is what it is, brother. But what can you do? You know what I mean? We can only keep talking about truth, and then the rest after that just it is what it is.
Well, I'm sorry, guys, if I mean, I felt like the conversation was important to be had. I'm sorry if it caused any ill feelings or I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
More than anything, people are in awestruck. If anybody could say anything, people are just awestruck right now.
I mean, can somebody critique me? Critique me. Where am I going wrong? I'll accept it. I'll be quiet.
The only thing I can think of, bro, is sometimes we're too close to the situation. It becomes too personal, and that's the hardest part.
Yeah,
As
but
far as the information, critique that.
that's not this though. That's not this. This is about the argument and what is being critiqued. Eli's not talking about the argument only. Did he say
This
anything
goes
about the
back
argument?
to Miggy's sort of mind virus that he always talks
Yeah.
about. This goes back to what is the if we go down back to the etymology of this word science, it's about knowing. It's about knowing things. So that's the way I see it, anyway.
Yeah.
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 This is that. This is how they
It's
brought the pseudoscience in.
yeah. It's losing. It's man. It's like losing the grip with reality. Then all bets are off. Then anything goes, right? Anything goes. Well, we live in a world where anything can happen. You can't know anything, right? Just all bets are off. That's what it really boils down to. I'm using that as a pun, but it does. Boils down to that you can't know anything to be sure.
Like, what the hell does he mean now that we've invalidated the null portion of it? Let's go to the other portion. So I'm like, what exactly does that mean? Are you saying that again? How could you love the scientific method and say it doesn't prove anything? Because if you're listening closely, that's what it means in a nutshell. Like it doesn't actually prove anything. Is what
He
he's
keep
saying.
he keeps saying that we can't definitively prove the null unless we quantify it, and that's just where you stopped testing it. You tested it up to this amount of vitamin C, and you didn't have any effect on scurvy, and then you just gave up. You didn't test the full
That's where you keep going with
independent variable.
another.
But that's not even the no hype. I mean, sure, once you realize, okay, it's okay. Let's say you can't even call it correlation because you're gonna put some vitamin C up in there and you're like, okay, they're good now. Like I don't know, like fam, but
Yeah,
you can't take
you, you
it
you're right.
backward
You're
and
right.
say,
It might have started as a correlation, but then we tested it and we found out that if we gave them vitamin C, it did cure scurvy. There was no situation where we just gave them too little vitamin C and we didn't think it did anything and never discovered how to cure scurvy. We figured that out.
Yeah, it's just going to be like the same thing where you're going to have where people are saying, reality is malleable, like FTFE. He said, like, put your hand out in front of you. The guy's like, okay, is that your hand? He's like, yeah. No, it's not. Like, wait, I mean, it's you're going to be starting to deny reality at some point. It starts to erode the mind to go to another level. I mean, it might start innocently enough, questioning things. Well, it could be something else. That's fine. But then to the point where you're going to start questioning everything, and you never know anything, an answer to anything that you can actually discover, then you're just really giving up. You're just like, it can be whatever now, because no one can ever know. Did you account for the invisible forces that no one ever talks about? Like which ones? Like the ones you just made up? Like you'll never know the end of it.
It just feels like to me in this conversation, because I tried to steer it away from FED or QE or Nathan as much as possible, and he saw it as obfuscation. Well, if it's obfuscation, then your point can't be against the scientific method, can it? But but the thing is, you're trying to. Why does it appear the correlation, right? Why does it appear as though you're trying to use a failure on FED's part as a way to invalidate the method itself? And second of all, it's not a failure on FED because in context, like who the fuck is trying to prove a null in the way that he's making it seem? No, the null is just proven by way of you not being right about the positive claim. Like what's so hard to understand about that? But you could be wrong, right? Because you may not have I, you're
That's just
not
what
proving the null. Like
that's
that's I don't
what
know what else to say to that.
yeah, that's just what Drace was talking about right now. You could have tested something to a certain level and you didn't really fully vary and manipulate it so that you didn't know if you reached a conclusion or not. But once you find out something actually, when it worked or something, you start to realize, hey, we we checked out, we varied and manipulated, we found out. But prior to that, the other times we tried, we didn't. There was no result.
Yeah, for instance, you can make the hypothesis that confetti makes water boil, which is retarded, but the null hypothesis would be confetti does not make water boil, and so we start putting confetti into the water and it doesn't boil, and so we realize, the null is true, confetti doesn't make water boil, but which is like, there might be some magic confetti out there that does make water boil, so we can't be, that null, that proof of the null of normal confetti not boiling water is invalidated. That I don't get that.
But you'd never see that, would you? It's like, the guys on the ships who wasn't eating fruit and vegetables, they had scurvy. The ones who was eating fruit and vegetables probably didn't. So, right, what's the common ground here? A lot of vitamin C in fruits and vegetables, isn't there? Is it vitamin C? And
Is there
you've
more
already,
stuff in fruit and vegetables except for vitamin C?
I think it's found in most fruit and vegetables. There's more vitamin C in certain fruits, I think, like citrus fruits, I think.
But isn't there a lot of other stuff in the vegetables and fruit?
Yeah.
Right. So then we have to like try to isolate the variable, right?
But but what I was saying is the example of the ship, maybe the guys who wasn't eating any fruits and vegetables, you could probably take that. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. A lot of them might have been eating fruits that that they discovered had a lot of vitamin C in, like the citrus fruits. And they thought, well, it's mainly
Yeah.
when they're eating them. So I don't know what happened, but that's you would have seen that you would have had you would have seen this with the fruit and vegetables was having an effect or lack of. Probably that's how they put it together. They haven't just thought to themselves, "Oh, I bet it's vitamin C." They would have seen something to lead them to that hypothesis. Probably.
Yeah, I will say that if we bring up anything to do with the body, like any biology, it's gonna get complicated. Like we don't really understand the body. You know what I mean? Like we to this day don't understand the body. It's like an amazing electric machine. So what if this? What if the citric fruit, due to its acidity, creates a balanced state of electricity in the body that then helps you to regulate your immune system. Therefore, you don't have stuff that like scurvy.
Yeah, there's a problem with that because you don't just give them. You can also just give them vitamin C and cure scurvy. You don't need to give them the fruit.
That's correct. And now we can, yeah, because the argument is much more about like the idea that we can just do something and then boom, no, because we can't. We
Yeah,
can't
but
just know something.
it's still true that the fruits contain vitamin C, and taking the fruit in does cure scurvy. That didn't get invalidated, even if you learned that there were component parts of the fruit that are actually the cause.
Yeah, sure. But that's why I say you can never claim to know 100% the cause. You can know a cause. You can prove a cause based on the variables, the way that you understand the variables at the time. And that's not really like
Yeah,
a
that's
pedantic thing. It's
because you
pretty
only,
legit.
yeah, it's because you use one at a time, isn't it? So we have controlled variables where everything is kept the same and we manipulate one presumed cause.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But
then,
doesn't it
like
require us
with
to
the thing
kind of
about
assume we
boiling
know all the
water, yeah, we can manipulate heat. So when it gets to a certain temp, all I was going to say is we can then change the variables around and then manipulate the air pressure, like you were pointing out earlier, which also appears to make emit sublimates. So there's multiple reasons why things can, happen. But science is just a study of does. Probably roboting and lagging. Do apologise, mate.
Yeah, Jedi. Don't mind. What are you on Virgin or BT or something? What you
I'm on
on?
fucking 3G. Yeah, I'm on
Because it's
fucking
never good.
3G at the moment, mate.
Never a good connection.
Nah,
Yo,
it's terrible.
well, what about this though,
Nah,
right? So
hey, it'll sort out soon, but do apologise for interrupting.
you must say, am I coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
So what about this? Check this. So say you have, you think, okay, heat causes water to boil, right? But what if in the future you're able to keep the heat the same, but change another variable and make the water boil or not boil? What if you're able to prevent the water from boiling when you say so sea level and then you introduce heat, but then you're able to keep the water from boiling because you manipulated like an underlying electric phenomenon, but then you keep the temperature really low and you manipulate that electric phenomena and then make it boil. In that scenario, you may have established that actually there's just a relationship between the electric phenomena and the heat. They're tied together, but really the fundamental cause was actually the electricity. That's kind of the
Fun-
point, man.
Fundamental cause being the cause
Well,
or
as
a cause.
it would be a cause still, because at that point you could still be wrong. Like you could still not know the full picture. You may not fully understand what electricity is. Maybe you can have electricity, but different versions of it.
So what does fundamental mean then?
Just like the primary cause, as far as we know at the time.
I mean, fundamental is like as bare bones as you can get.
Yeah, but it's always it just goes out without being spoken that it's always based on your current limit of knowledge. I don't think this is I don't think this is untrue. Like I think Jaron has a good point. I think that the flat earthers like FED and stuff also has a good point that people abuse this fact and then try to claim all kinds of pseudoscience. But that's a false dichotomy. It doesn't have to either be it does definitively prove things 100% forever, or we can just make everything up as if it is all equally valid. Right? That's a false dichotomy. It's not either or.
Yeah, I mean, but who's creating that false dichotomy? It's not like FED is saying, well, science proves things and the things that are proved, that's the end. Again, people come to FED or used to, however, they come to FED to propose that things are true that cannot be validated. That's what FED is rearing against. They're not saying that you can't go on further testing shit. Nobody said that.
Well, no, I agree with that. Though. That's kind of like my point. That's why I was trying so long to bridge the gap because I agree with even
I
defining the scientific method.
I
I
don't
agree.
think these guys are way more like you. I mean, it's just try being me.
No, I know. I wouldn't be able to. But what I'm saying is like the I agree with defining the scientific method, breaking it down, pointing out to these ballers like the pseudoscientific nature of what they're talking about. Because oftentimes they don't manipulate the independent variable at all, right? They claim you don't even have to do that. So it's like not a good idea to bundle everyone in to one basket because I love the scientific method. I think to verify natural claims, you need to manipulate an independent variable. You do. But the part that so I'm in staunchest agreement with the ballers on that point, right? They think that you can just they think there's something called observational science, right? When that's actually just the first step of science, of natural science. So we're in agreement. The part we disagree on is that I cannot logically say, oh, let's close the book on it. I know definitively forever this is the answer. Because dude, I've discovered so much stuff about physics in the last 4 years that like, dude, this world is insane. We don't fully understand it. So we just never say that.
Well, like the heat one, like you could always say heat will boil water, but something else might come up and say, well, also this magnetic fucking ring also boils water, and you put that through the
Mhm.
test. You say, well, we've got heat now that boils water because we put that through a scientific method, and we know that heat causes that. But we're doing this one on the magnetic ring, and that
Yeah.
also causes water to boil. Well, that's just
Mhm.
two different separate situations.
Well, yeah, we're assuming that they're not related, but yes, you can say definitively that you can prove definitively that heat causes water to boil based on our current definition of heat. That thing we call water and that thing we call heat, that is for sure. We can establish that relationship definitively. What we call heat causes water to boil definitively. But that's based on how we currently define heat and water. And this isn't just like a random grasp at straws thing. It's been proven that we don't understand water and that there's like over 2 dozen different types of modalities of water. And they have different molecular structure, and they have different permeability and permittivity characteristics that we don't
But
even
but
understand the
but
information
there
inside of
being
water.
different, but there being different types of water doesn't invalidate that heat does make normal water boil at the normal understood temperatures and pressures. It's the things we
What is
discover
normal water?
there is not going to change. Like like you said, they've discovered different types. Those types are defined, and so you have basic normal water that isn't one of those exotic types that you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, but this is why I was saying. This is why like I bring up the random scenario of okay, what if I was able to keep that variable of heat, right? But then I was able to actually make the water not boil or boil based on manipulating electricity. While say it's 100 degrees, but the water's not boiling because I'm manipulating electricity. To then say, oh well, no, that's just a different variable. That's a different test. No, it's the same test. The electricity was still there. You just didn't consider it and you didn't properly manipulate it. So you didn't actually know. You didn't know. And then someone says that's an appeal to the future. No, it's not because the claim is so bold that we can 100% know something definitively for the rest of mankind. All I have to do is give a scenario.
Yeah, but Witsit, those are hypotheticals that you just mentioned. Nobody's ever tested for these things. Like you said, it could be tested or somebody can construct this, but who has ever done that and who's ever put it forth as like this is the other way it can be done? As we did heat, applying heat to water and seeing it boil to its boiling point. Those other things are just hypotheticals constructed in the mind of men to then say that this can happen. And we're asking for okay, you're saying this can happen. Now I need to see the evidence of that. Well, it's something we can think about, but what we're waxing ourselves intelligent without putting any skin in the game. We're not doing the work. That's the
No, but
point.
see, that's my no, but I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. I don't. you can't just claim it without actual evidence for it. But it's actually you guys that are making the claim, which is that you know for a 100% fact that there's no scenario under God's sun that could ever take place that would actually invalidate your current understanding of it. That's the claim. All I have to do to rebut that claim is just even speculate a potential alternative.
Speculate, bro. I don't know. Like I know you've been like dealing with this, but at the same time, this is what the ballers are saying, bro. I don't know if you know that or not. They come in here with the same rhetoric and they try to get in a foothold here. But we ask them for, okay, you've given us your speculation. Now I need the demonstration. Show us how this is possible. Well, it's just a thought experiment. I know that it is a thought experiment. We talked about that. So now it's time to put the thing where the rubber meets the road. Put your money where your mouth is. Now show us what you're talking about. Well, we don't have the technology now, but in the future, it's like we don't get anywhere. But if that's the road you're taking, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm thinking it's just,
Oh, you
man.
just don't understand it, dude. That was a straw man.
No, listen, dude. Like, I don't want it's just infectious, bro. Like it's just gonna keep spreading, and people will never. They'll be like, well, this is the best, because that's what they say when they come here. This is the best knowledge we have about our cosmos and the universe, because we only know 2% of it. We don't know 90% of the expanding universe, and they talk like that, and so it sounds like almost, dude. I'm not saying like, listen, if you get charged with it, that's because people are listening to words that Jaren's saying, and he put you in his camp. I don't know if this is who you are right now, but if it is, I don't know, man. I think it's more spiritual than anything else. I think it has to do with spiritual. So
Yeah, I think so too. I think that when man think they know something definitively, it's just an astounding level of arrogance, and God would laugh at them. But this is actually what I'm saying, which is I'm not making a claim like the ballers do, and then saying my evidence for the claim is that it could hypothetically happen. I didn't say I'm not claiming that my scenario about the electricity with the heat and the water is a real thing. I'm not making that claim. I'm saying it could be a thing. And just merely the fact that it could be a thing means we can't claim to know 100% for all of mankind that it's not a thing. Like, there's a fundamental difference. When the ballers are like, hey, look at the sky, let's make up stories, this is science. That's not the same as me saying we may not fully understand heat and water, so we can say we've proven this based on our current understanding. Just like when quantum happened, people thought they knew that the quote unquote atom was the smallest thing that existed. Then all of a sudden they started seeing little energetic vortices that were way smaller. They're like, okay, we were wrong. When we made claims about the atom, which is not even proven anyway, we were wrong.
you might be trying to say something and leading us to understand that our current knowledge of things is not fully complete. But what I'm telling you right now, the things that we do know, how can something in the future invalidate the things that we know now from the things that we've already understood? So, and you went into saying that, well, we could speculate it, and just the mere fact that I can introduce a speculation will then change the fact that it could be something else. But that's not valid, because then it's just men waxing themselves intelligent, talking about things and ideas that they can never get to the bottom of test. And so we're all about, okay, we can have a conversation today all day long about whatever it is that we talk about, unless we're able to test it, that it'll remain in the realm of speculation and whatever, because it is just like stories. When people look up at the sky, they want to ponder on what the cosmos are, and what do we tell them? How can you provide that that's real? Because we can never attain the fact that we're going to ever reach a star or something. So how do you know what it's actually made of? But yet they still say that it's a ball of burning gas, and we got spectroscopy and all kinds of things. So they introduce things where, like as you would say, it's speculation. But as long as they can speculate, that's still something to go on. And I'm like, that's invalid. You can't do that unless you're able to test. Right. That's what I'm trying to say. So when you say speculation could lead us to a wider knowledge of something maybe we thought we had a grasp on, like water, perhaps, and we don't know the actual, I don't know, the understanding of it. We don't know the full grasp of it. Which is what I'm saying is, but we do have a knowledge of what it is today. So how could that change? Like maybe water can be used as a suit, or you know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to see, like, we don't have that God knowledge of it. And what I'm saying, God knowledge, no one can have that.
Okay, so then we should all be in agreement. That's my point. That Jaren's whole point is that we don't have the God knowledge. It's beyond the scope of the capability of man to ever claim that we have like utmost definitive 100% knowledge of something. That's not the same as like the ballers just making up unfounded stories. The flat earthers should 100% continue to be like, look, man, you're making a claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Where's your tangible evidence? Where's the experiment that I can validate this? Right? That like they should still do that. They should still do that. But
Right.
but if we say we can't discuss anything about reality unless it falls under that really rigid parameter of what people are calling science, we can only discuss like two things. It's been like 5 years and only two things have been brought up.
I see what you're saying. You want to and get a conversation going here, man. But like I said before, if it leads us to talk about like, okay, we've already established water boils at a specific temperature. We introduce heat to make that happen. Like all these things, that factors that make whatever the test that was to produce the results that we got. To then say, well, that specific test could be undermined and say like we don't know the components actually causing the thing that we're getting the result for. So that's what I'm talking about. The things that are already established. I'm not talking about like, do we fully understand, what makes the human biology what it is? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the you're trying to get that God knowledge. What I'm saying, what is established and what can be known with your senses, how you can determine what reality is. All those sorts of things start to become undermined when people say things like, "Well, we could be in a simulation. How do you know we're not?" And then that just introduces a lot of chaos into this mix where God wants us to have that clear mind. And I'm using a bit of the side of biblical because it's spiritual to me.
Well, you're talking about solipsism, right? Like
Well,
I'm not defending
it
solipsism.
it taps. That's what I'm saying with it. It taps into that, bro. And like, listen, I'm not saying you're advocating for that position, but it's you might be saying it in different words that sounds different to what they're saying. But to me, when I'm listening to you, and maybe others, I don't know, but it sounds, and some people appeal to that. So the audience is wide that appeals to solipsism. It's huge. The road is broad, bro. So there's maybe you have tons of followers in that camp for sure. But at the camp that people are like, no, like we understand things. God gives us the mind to actually look at the world in a way that we can say, okay, I know that's a tree. We agree. You know what I'm saying? Like things that can be determined and we can know. But outside of that, the God knowledge, we can't know that. Like there's no way. How do we? What gives things the propensity to go up and down? You know what I'm saying? Like we can say things about it, but do we definitively know? That's and this camp should that. Like you can't have God knowledge. The only thing you can have is the things that the wisdom that God has given you to have discernment on what is and what is not real in this world. And that's why I don't know. It like I said, maybe you're not saying what they're saying. Sorry, what's it? But maybe you're not saying what they're saying as far as solipsism goes. But they sound a lot like that when they're in here, and they fully stand on it. So
Yeah, but it's nothing like. But okay, what I'm saying is nothing like solipsism. Solipsism says you cannot know that anything exists outside of yourself. That's what solipsism is. I'm saying you can 100% know like actual objective truths. Like that tree exists, that grass exists. I'm talking about when we go the next step out of arrogance and we're like, we can definitively claim to fully understand a cause and effect relationship in physics. That's insane, bro. There's no possible way. Dude, as we continue on, all we find out is this world is way more mind blowing than we previously thought. Way more mind blowing, right? Like even water itself, water actually has memory. What if you alter the memory of water? Does it still boil at 100 degrees? And 100 degrees is quantitative, and it's not even actually every time. So, like, I'm saying there is a bridge here where it's like it's getting all mixed up. Where like if you say that you can't have God level knowledge, that's the same as saying you can't know anything exists. That's not the same, right? Like that's not the same thing at all. Like I know that things exist, right? I know that we can know things for true. And here maybe this is a better point. There's a difference in denying that objective truth exists and acknowledging that it exists, but saying, well, we may not be capable of fully knowing for 100% fact what that objective truth is. So I know objective truth exists. That doesn't mean that we're gonna figure it out, right? That's not the same as saying it doesn't exist, though.
yeah, but what I mean to say is like, okay, so you're talking to me today. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be a potted plant of petunias. Like it's not. I'm not. There's people. reality is not malleable in that way to say that, well, we didn't understand that tomorrow it was a cold day outside and there was a full moon and all this, and then you're like, and all of a sudden he turned into a potted plant of petunias. Like, that's because we didn't
Yeah.
know. So that's not never the case. So what I'm saying is, like, that's where we're going with this. With it, it's going into the levels of when you, bro. I don't want this to end up this way, but if you could, that path continues, these these ballers are gonna embrace you with open arms and say, yeah, dude, we'll have the civil discussion. You have every platform to do this on, and we're gonna be like, bro, don't, like, because I don't know. I Look, man, maybe call me sentimental, dude, because you do still, at least in my mind, you still hold that part of my mind that we went through the trenches together. I just don't want these, and dude, I want to curse so bad about these guys, but these Jedi mind trick jerks that they get into these conversations and they make you think like, oh shit, yeah, they got a point. Like, we don't have God knowledge, so it's true. We don't know anything to be 100% true. But what I'm saying though is that we do have that discernment in a way that we can understand our physical and natural world to then make determinations on things. You know what I mean? So, like I said, a person isn't going to turn into a potted plant of petunias because some extraordinary environmental circumstance took place. Like, that's never going to be the case. That
Okay, but
person
think about this.
tomorrow.
Dude, think about like what have we if we approach science with this like that things can be definitively proven 100%. We can close the book on it. There's no possibility under the sun that anything else could occur where we may have been wrong, which is incredibly arrogant. Like, what can we claim we've done that with? So we have allegedly scurvy, which we've shown that isn't even true. The biology is insanely intricate and meticulous, and we don't understand it. And DNA looks to actually be like water. But anyway, so like, so we have heat causing water to boil. What else do we have? Because I remember I used to say this as well, because I agree with the fact that the ballers just run wild, acting like saying science doesn't prove things. They can now make up any claim in the world, right? And it's all the same. It's all justified. Now, but what I want to know is what else can we say except for heat causes water to boil? Because if we can't name like hundreds of things, then basically we're saying we can't really know anything other than heat causes water to boil.
No,
And then if anyone brings anything else up, they're not allowed to. It's invalid.
well, we know like how entropy works on the environment. So entropy could be another one. The gas laws, how gas operates. Like, there's fundamental things that we don't know the actual what causes the propensity of those things to act in the nature that they do. We understand that they're laws though. So, and that I've used the example of like when the ballers come in with the idea of gravity, right? They say I drop something, it falls to the ground, and you have people talking about relative density. The argument goes on with like um, on their side, of course, Einstein's gravitational theory, and so it goes into like this okay point for point discussion. But in reality, at the end of that, people at the end are going to say, I don't know what gives the thing to give it the propensity to move up and down in the environment that it is. That's just the way it is. So we can't say definitively what causes the things to move up and down, what propensity gives it to do that. Why does it even want to do that when I add or manipulate these variables? Like the egg in the water, let's say in Anthony Riley's test, right? So we can say, yeah, I change the solidity of the water, and now the egg rises, so it falls. Depending on what I'm doing, I add more fresh water, it changes that. But what's giving it the propensity to do that motion, or who gives it the laws for it to be that way? That's the unanswerable question that we can't ever ask, like we can't ever know. And that's I think what you're talking about is that who knows that, right? And so maybe that's the search you're for, but it gets lost in the midst of the translation of it sounding like you saying that we can never know anything to be true versus what we can know, which is manipulating the variable of the egg and the water. Like, I know that when I add more salt, that's going to cause that water to be more dense and the egg will rise and so on. Like, it just changes when we are able to interact with this world in a very real way, that we can then know and determine things from that interactions versus when we get into um, an argument about philosophical ideas. Well, hypothetically, this scenario could take place, and then other guys waxing himself intelligent will rival this with another hypothetical, and then we're on back and forth about how our hypotheticals are correct. They're based upon something that may or may not occur. So that's why what I'm saying though is reaching out to everyone who's listening. It's like we live in a world where things can be determined in such a way that we can know something to be true. However, the God level knowledge of what makes the fabric of reality, only God knows. He created the system that we're in. So the creator has made, yeah, and that's all that's the only thing I'm saying with it. Whether or not you're trying to say that in a different way, I don't know. But what I'm saying though is I know that people in here can advocate for that 100%. They can tell you like, man, I don't know what the fabric of this whole thing is. I mean, you know what I mean? But the thing I know I can tell you is that reality is defined by how we experience it. So we're all talking about it together. Third, like let's just say I don't know if you heard me when I tell ballers this, I'm like, are we talking on Discord? Are you 100% sure? And then when they start to doubt themselves, I'm asking them, why would they doubt themselves? Because the reality that's presented to you and me is what we can understand it to be. There's defined terms. We're talking about it in a very real way. I'm inside of a house. I'm eating food. Like, and to negate that is to undermine like even the most basic parts of our senses. And I don't know. It's getting to the point where it's veering off, bro. And
But this is a conflation, dude. This is a complete. This is what I'm saying. Okay, for one, entropy and quote unquote gas laws, that's not science. Like entropy, that's a natural law. So science is cause and effect. So like natural laws aren't science because we just see them. We don't like it just is what it is. We can't even explain why they just happen, right? The gas law, the ideal gas law, it's idealized. So there's just a concept of gas particles. No one's ever seen a gas particle, and then they assume an infinite variable to be able to make the math. Well, like this is the main thing, right? We can know things to be true without science. Okay, so to limit the conversation and say like, oh well, you can't claim to know anything is true unless it's science. That's not true because if that was the case, we couldn't even say the Earth was flat because the way we know the Earth is flat is by measurement, and measurement is not science. So that's not true. And
No,
then it just
yeah, I don't think anybody ever said that
science,
though. I even my example was using.
science only.
Yeah, go on, Jedi.
Sorry, mate. No, I just wanted to say that science only deals with cause and effect relationships, right? It's not a tool that you would use to say measure an object. Yeah, we know this.
okay, yeah. So we can
It's a
know
very
things to be true without science.
specific tool to answer a very specific question. It, yeah,
Yes,
yeah. So
I
it,
agree with you.
it kind of bugged me a little bit. Sorry, buddy, but we understand that cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world, right? And science just demonstrates those, right? When we start guessing as to what caused shit to happen, right? Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong, but we demonstrate a cause of a phenomenon because cause and effect relationships happen.
Yes. Okay. Yes. But in order to establish a cause and effect relationship, we have to understand the variables at play. This is just basic logic. Like, if we're going to say this causes that, we obviously have to know what this and that is, right? And this is the main thing that started all of it. People like QE are saying you can't bring things up unless it's science. Because when we bring up the Michelson-Morley quote unquote experiment, he just screams about how it's not an experiment, calls it a parlor trick, and say it can be dismissed. No, it's an intricate measurement. It's interferometry, which is the most precise form of measurement we have literally available to us as a species. Literally, interferometry is the most precise measurement known to man. So it's a measurement. What is it a measurement of? That light propagates differently in different directions, and it moves faster in the same direction that the sky moves. And as you get higher, it moves even faster. That's a real phenomenon we've established with intricate measurement. Now, whether or not we can know the cause and effects, no, we can't. We don't know what it is. We can't manipulate the cause. But to say we can't talk about Michelson-Morley because it's not a scientific experiment is asinine. It's ridiculous. And then to turn around and be like, but we can bring up the double slit experiment, even though it's not an experiment. That's besides the point. So that's what really created this whole rift is that there are people gatekeeping the conversations. I can talk about Michelson-Morley and understand it's not a scientific experiment that establishes a cause and effect relationship. But what it does show is there's a phenomena that takes place where the light propagates more effectively in the same direction that the sky moves. So what's causing that? We may not be able to know definitively what's causing it, but I mean, we can try to figure it out, right? Like, it certainly doesn't make any sense to just ignore that that happened. How is it helping flat Earth to ignore that it happened? Right? That's the point I'm saying is like, you can't limit our conversations to what can be proven with the dogmatic scientific method because they themselves admit they can only come up with like one example. Like one example, and to say like if I use a chainsaw on my arm and my arm cuts off, amputation, that's science. That's not science. That's just like, oh, we just see it and observe it, just like a natural law. Like if we see something happen, we're like, okay, this happened. You know what I'm saying? We don't need science for that. So like that's a pretty important point. We can talk about stuff and know stuff to be true and it not be science, just like how we know the earth is flat because we did measurements, even though that's not science. And we can know that the Michelson-Morley experiment shows a fringe shift because the light moves more effectively in the direction of motion of the sky. So why do we have people saying you're not allowed to talk about that because that's not a scientific experiment? That's the real beef here. So I know that was a lot, but I'm just saying, like, it seems pretty simple to me. Like, we can disagree or we can agree on whatever, but like to gatekeep people is wild to me, dude. That's what the government does.
So gatekeeping to you would mean that we should allow the conversations to flourish in here from like the likes of I don't know what's his name, Zanuck or Kosho or something like that, because they're onto
No.
something. It might further the conversation because I'm trying to gauge where you're at with this point. Because these guys in here are time wasters. They don't get to the point, and they just want to wax themselves intelligent by spewing other nonsense that they make up based upon the rhetoric that they think that the Earth is a globe. So do you think that that's even feasible for us to have a conversation that leads other people to say, well, let's look at what they got to say? Because if that's the case, I want to at least hear from you, from your lips, to tell us, let them talk. Because I don't think that's right, honestly, to endure somebody who's completely fallacious to allow them to speak because they hypothetically could construct an idea of how the earth can be a globe versus me thinking that I understand the knowledge that it's not. You know what I mean? Like other, if you say that that is your stance or your position, that we should let those conversations flourish. At least I
No.
would hear it from you to say that, you know.
No, I think I like I said, I am in full support of flat earthers holding people accountable for their claims. When they claim things are science, but really they don't even manipulate an independent variable. It's just a made up story. It's just theoretics of observations when they see the sky. They just have the first step. We should call that out and point it out. But we shouldn't. I'm talking about the gatekeeping of fellow flat earthers. We are told we're not allowed to talk about the Michelson Morley experiment. That is the most laughably incompetent thing I've ever heard. A flat earther's not allowed to talk about the Michelson Morley experiment? Are you kidding me? It's been replicated literally over 1,000,000 times. Dayton Miller did it over 5 million times. Okay? If you want to argue about whether or not it's a scientific experiment based on natural science, that's just a non sequitur. Like, the light propagates more effectively in the direction of motion. This is why flat Earth hasn't fully blown up. Because then someone says, well, what do you say about ring laser gyros? And then they just say, that's not science. And they're like, okay, so, but what about, it is a real phenomenon, right? Like, what do you think about it? It doesn't matter. That's not science. So they're like, okay, talk to you later, right? Because it is a real phenomenon. The light moves more effectively in the direction that the sky moves. So why does that happen? How come when I go higher, it moves even more effectively, right? That's a real thing. But then the same people can turn around and bring up the double slit experiment and say, well, it's not an experiment, but that's besides the point. And then they can claim that it proves the photon's real. Like it's the actual constriction or restriction of conversation that is the problem.
But you think that the ballers side with the idea that they rest in peace Bob, but like they always were saying that Bob provided evidence that the Earth is in motion. Thanks, Bob, because he used the ring laser gyro and that they mistook what he did. He came in here. We clarified that, but I'm saying they came in here saying that he proved that the Earth is in motion because of that. But he also was saying that he took it at a different elevation and it was showed different results. So there's a lot that they didn't add, but that because of that conversation and it being stirred up, it gave them at least a foothold to come in here and kind of use the argument. Not to say that like we're gonna have that here, but I'm saying they do come in here and say that because the ring laser gyro exists and that we can show that there's motion, that means that we can determine that it's the Earth that's in motion because of the motion. They're not even looking at anything else. So that's what I'm saying. When we
Right.
do, I think that's the hindrance. And
But
I'm
we
not,
should call them out. I'm saying we should call them out and say that's a correlation. That's not a causation. You're just assuming that the Earth's spinning. That's true. But as flat earthers, now that we're away from the retards, okay, we should still be able to talk about. Well, look, not only do we measure the sidereal rotation, which we all know exists because we directly observe that the sky moves, but in fact, the measurements of it change with altitude. The closer we get to the sky, the more we measure it. That debunks the globe claim. Could we just say, well, you're just making an assumption, you're just begging the question, and then using correlation to reify your model? Yes, of course. But we can also say, look, even if let's just entertain what you're saying, it's provably not true because it changes with altitude. And that's impossible because it has to stay the same in the same latitude if what you were saying is true. That's even more of a death blow. That's even more of a death blow. It's like, even if we were to pretend you could beg the question, the evidence shows it's not true. So there's no way to wiggle out. But if we just say, nah, then they have this wiggle out room where they can run around and say, look, flat earthers, just ignore the ring laser gyro. Why would we do that when we have tests that show that their claim is wrong, right? Like literally, Dayton. What? Okay, Michelson Morley showed a friendship. It wasn't supposed to, right? It was supposed to show the orbital friendship that didn't. So then they made up a theory, right? Relativity, and they're like, oh well, you won't be able to detect it. There should be enough friendship. It's just instrumental error. Then Dayton Miller did the test over 5 million times and kept getting the same effect. And he showed that when you get higher in altitude, the effect increases, and that the effect changes throughout the seasons based on the position of the sun. So what we've shown is that the way that light propagates, there's a direct correlation between the way light propagates and what the sky is doing. And that automatically debunks the claim it's because of the Earth. And it debunks the claim the Earth moves around the sun. And this has been done with radio waves to millimeter precision. And in 2004, Wang showed that linear velocity can be measured with interferometry, which debunks their claim you can't detect the orbit because it's a linear speed, blah, blah, blah. These are very important conversations, bro. Like, why would we not discuss that? That's my point. Why would we not discuss that? And my other point is still the same. Can we name a bunch of different experiments that we can validate with the scientific method? Because if we can only talk about water boiling, it doesn't seem, it comes across to the audience as disingenuous, as like a way that makes sure that you can't lose the debate because you can just exclude literally every single thing that exists. So, like, of course, you can say that Glovers don't prove anything because with your standard, nothing can be proven other than water boils, right? So it's like, I'm trying to wake people up. I'm not trying to just, I could beat Zanuck in a debate, chugging Jameson, walking backwards, jumping on one foot, reading a book, and coloring in the other hand while trying to rap. Like, I don't, that's not, who cares? They're stupid. Like, don't you agree that we should obviously still address the phenomena? Say it's not science. We should still address the phenomena, though, right? Just like it's not science whenever we measure the surface of the Earth, we still have to address the phenomena. That's the whole reason we're here. So, since when did flat earthers turn their head from evidence because it's not quote unquote scientific? Like, they may be wrong and claim stuff is science that's not science. We should call them out. That's not science, okay? But we should still address the phenomena, right? Like, why would we not address the phenomena? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know why. So this is where the ether comes into it, right? Okay, so like For me, I see, look, the light propagates more effectively in the same direction that the sky moves. That's wild to me. I just want to figure out what's going on in this world. And what I see is that light propagates faster, quote unquote, even though it doesn't actually travel. It looks like it travels. So it propagates faster in the same direction that the sky moves. What? And then as we get closer to the sky, it gets even faster. And then it changes based on where the sun is and the change of the seasons. That is wild, right? Like, that's a very crazy thing. So obviously that's why people have suggested that maybe it's an ether, because if whatever's moving in the sky is somehow connected to light down here on the earth. So what's doing it? Well, people have speculated that it's like swimming in a stream. If you're swimming in the stream, you're swimming with the stream, you're able to go faster than if you swim against it. So that's it's a speculation. It isn't scientific, but the other side's just pretending the phenomena doesn't even exist. So what are they really doing to help us learn about where we live? They're not doing anything. They're just shutting down the conversation. Everyone can disagree with the ether. I'm not arguing for the ether, Trinity. I'm not arguing for the ether. I'm not doing that. I'm saying there's a real phenomena. Doesn't everyone in here agree we should address the phenomena, not just ignore it because it's quote unquote not science? Because if we did that, we couldn't even say the earth was flat. Oh, but the double slit experiment. Oh. Even though we have to have a photographic plate, which I've never seen in nature, it's okay. It's okay. Photons are real, just like Einstein won his Nobel Prize for photons. But God forbid we debunk the claim the Earth orbits the sun with definitive measurements.
Yeah, what's that, Austin, with the double slit where it wasn't an experiment and then all of a sudden it was. I assume they added the variables, right? Like that's from assuming. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Wait, sorry, say again.
The double slit wasn't an experiment and all of a sudden it was. What changed?
Yeah. They said it was an experiment, and then they got caught out for hypocrisy. Then it became one.
So
I don't know.
they just added the variables, the independent, dependent, and control. I was from assuming.
Yeah, they claim that diffraction is a naturally occurring observable phenomenon, which it is. And so therefore you can claim to be shooting little photons out of a gun and then use a photographic plate and it proves something. I don't know. You know.
What's a photon?
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can reify it. That's science. It's a discrete chunk of information, Napon.
It's a quantized chunk.
Yeah, it's a discrete chunk of information. What does that even mean?
Still don't get how
I just want to know why we
have
can't
to
talk
like.
about Michelson Morley.
How do we have to? Why do we have to argue for Einstein though? Like why?
No, dude. Flat earthers aren't allowed to talk about Michelson Morley, but you have to defend Einstein.
Because he's the basis for most of what people think solidifies the globe in their mind, right? So why do we have to argue for him?
Because QE said so. He's our leader. And I'm not generalizing everyone. I'm not saying everyone does anything. Okay, so we can save that.
Yeah, but you can disagree with people on certain shit and have it out with them and then still have relationships and meaningful conversations about other things. I do it every day with SE.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like it's always beneficial to the audience to hear both sides presented and then they can make their own mind up based on all the information. It's crazy I even have to say that out loud.
Sorry, funny, not funny.
Yo, I thought QE posting, I thought he was gonna come in here. We were gonna finally get the showdown. All right, here I'll say this.
Aren't you supposed to like fight and then be best brothers after that or something? Isn't that how guys are supposed to work or something?
only if they both agree to throw hands.
Right.
Yeah, they need to both throw hands. It can't be one-sided or like somebody talking shit behind someone's back. They need to talk it out like men.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
True that.
Like go
I've
shadow
been
box
sitting
in the
here,
corner. Be like, I beat Austin's ass. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
like what you've been saying, what Napalm said a moment ago. I've been just sitting here nodding my head, so I get you guys. I get you.
Well, like the reason that I think this is important is like think if okay, just say hypothetically there is an ether drift. Just hypothetically. It's not science, hypothetically. Wouldn't that be pretty significant? Couldn't that like literally change the whole world?
Yeah, we could like pretend we're Tartarians or something.
My God, who cares about something that could change the whole world?
Well, the ether
Yeah.
drift and the preferred direction, right? That completely destroys any argument of fucking satellites needing to use relativity, right? Destroys it.
Correct. Yep.
Satellite.
And destroys relativity itself.
Yeah. I mean, completely destroys relativity, right? So then when they try to talk about relativity explaining gravity, we use relativity for satellites. The only reason satellites are up there is because of relativity, blah, blah, blah. That all just falls apart. Gone.
Actually, I wish I would have marked the video, but I think the masses are starting to like question what you're talking about because, I heard somebody, saying how they're coming to terms with that general relativity doesn't work. And I'm not an expert, but my point is like people are starting to talk about that. So I think that's great. Sorry for the long explanation, but
Dude, the ironic part, kind of like what we're talking about in the chat, is so like you have the Sadnek effect, right? So you have Michelson Morley 1887 replicated like 5 million times or whatever. And then in 25, they did Michelson Gale Pearson, or 1935, and that's where you get that's like verification of the quote unquote Sagnac effect. And then Sagnac said it's a vortex in the ether. Dude, and so it's so ironic because the globers, they bring up ring laser gyros using the Sagnac effect and claim that it proves rotation, right? But if in reality they don't even have an explanation for the Sagnac effect, it doesn't work with relativity. So there's like 14 or 15 different proposed theories to try to explain it. They
I have
can't
a
even agree
question.
on how to explain it.
So is the Sagnet effect, I read in some the voice text a few minutes ago that it's a result of what they did with the Michelson Morley. So it's not an independent phenomenon, correct? The Sagnac effect?
Sagnac effect is what's used in the Michelson Morley.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, and the Michelson-Gale Pierce. It's just an effect of interferometry. It's like something we observe. The light moves differently in different directions.
Okay.
But so the Sagnac effect has always been defined as the light moves differently based on rotation, right? That like if something's in a circular motion, as you send light perpendicular to each other, based on where it's going in relation to the spin or the rotation, then you'll get an interference pattern. They won't get to the receiver at the same time. They'll overlap and intersect. All right. Well, it's actually been proven that you get the same effect with linear motion. Right. 2004, Wang showed that interferometry gives you an interference pattern, a phase shift with linear motion that completely destroys the globe model, dude. Like just completely destroys it.
You know what? Sorry to interrupt you. From a simple-minded girl, you know what came to my mind as I was listening to you about this interference and whatnot. You know, shouldn't this be something we should see without an instrument and such? You know, and then it was whatever meme. I forget the caption attached to it, but it's a very high altitude photograph above the clouds, and you can see a smoke plume, and it's like, it's just there. It's like not moving. So, at like this interference, at what height is that supposed to be happening?
Okay, so it just has to do with the light. So the
Okay.
sky moves, right? You know how we see the sky move? In the same direction that the sky moves around us. If you shoot light in that direction, it goes faster. And as you go higher and higher, it gets faster and faster. The closer you get to the sky that's moving, the faster the light moves, which is
Okay,
like
and
crazy.
one last question, then I'll listen. Why is this important to talk about this?
Yeah, because it debunks the globe.
Okay.
Because it debunks the globe. For one, it debunks the claim of the Earth rotating or that the
Oh,
ring
of
laser
course.
drive. Yeah, because it can't change with altitude; it has to stay the same latitude. And it debunks the claim that there's an orbit, because if the Earth is orbiting around the sun, then you should see a very specific fringe shift, and then they gave relativity as an explain away answer. So they say, well, you shouldn't detect fringe shift, but we do, and it increases with altitude. So it debunks the globe model. It debunks the spin of the Earth. It debunks the orbit of the Earth.
Hmm.
Like definitively with incredibly precise measurement.
Something that can be repeated. That sounds very scientific.
Yeah, like millions of times. Well, yeah, I mean, well, okay, so it's a measurement, so you could argue it's not science. We don't know what's causing it, but some of us think we know what's causing it. We think it's there's a vortex in the ether, and that's what moves the sky, and that comes all the way down to the ground. So whenever we see light, it's lighting up inside that vortex, and it lights up faster in the direction the vortex is moving. Like if you're swimming down a stream, you can go faster than if you swim against it.
Well,
You broke up. You broke up again.
Ain't happening. You're all jacked up, dude. Nope.
I'm
Nope.
the work. No.
Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, you're a robot, bro. You might want to leave and come back.
Yeah, Sasha, you're breaking up.
I dropped the paper for anyone that wants to read it. It's only 3 pages long. It shows that you can detect linear motion with an interferometer, which just completely destroys the globe. It's just so bad. It's so bad because this is used for technology all around the world, for like super important technology that helps us navigate, right? Helps us fly planes, like the rigidity in space. The Sagnac effect is used for so much, and it's so precise of a measurement, and it's so consistent that it's just like direct reputation of the globe. I mean, arguably more than like physical measurements or like long distance observations, because the observations change, you know, like how far we can see changes. This is always happening. It's always debunking the globe every single time.
I know you're being serious with it, but I just love what you're saying. That's all.
Yeah, it's just such a trip too, because what they did to try to explain. So what Dave Miller showed was as you go higher and higher, the fringe shift increases, and that it changes with the seasons. So as the sun moves in and out over top of our plane, it that that actually affects what the light does. It's really crazy, like how fast the light moves or whatever. So what they did to try to hide this was they started replicating Michelson Morley in basements. So they went underground. So Dave Miller showed you need to get higher up, and the higher up you get, the more the effect happens. So what did they do? They went underground in basements so they could try to get it to be zero, because the globe model needs it to be zero. Pretty
Wow.
crazy. Pretty crazy.
That just almost kind of reminds me of, you know, the monkey business of the ships go over the horizon but we're too big to see the curve, you know, it's like so people use the Sagnac effect all the time, not realizing that it debunks the globe. That to me is mind boggling. Or is it just using the instrumentation implementing the effect? I guess that wouldn't be so bad, right? I don't know much about it. I guess that's where my questions come
Uh,
in. And I said
yeah,
I
but
was going to listen, but I can't help it.
yep. Why are instruments and tools bad though? Like what? I don't get that.
No, I'm just saying that people are using something unknowingly, something that debunks their belief.
Oh yeah, it's
I
because it's
mean,
a misunderstanding, right? That's the whole point.
yeah,
Is trying to
right.
get to the fundamental understanding. If you have an incorrect fundamental understanding, then yeah, your explanations aren't necessarily going to be correct, and therefore are going to prop up things that are completely fallacious.
Hmm.
I think ultimately that's kind of like the root of the conversation, right? And when I say the conversation, I mean the one that apparently seems to have so much tension these days of
Hmm.
discussing, right? The root of that whole entire thing is literally trying to find out the foundations behind explanations that we may just be maybe jumping to conclusions
Ooh,
incorrectly
right.
and then building from those faulty foundations. I think we kind of realized maybe we did that prior to coming into this conversation
Right.
and should be hesitant on doing that again, but for some reason we seem to want to just skate past certain foundational things when they're questioned and just say this is the explanation. We know light's a photon because my example is you can see light, therefore light is a photon, which is just idiotic.
Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, no. That sounds cringy to me. Hmm. That was a great way of putting that. So it sounds to me like there's a little bit of answers that can't be questioned. Am I on base with that?
I mean, that seems to be the case, right?
That's dangerous territory, my friend. That is
Yeah, well, there's
not
certain
going
conclusions.
forward in progress. That's not progress. That's horrible.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But there's certain conclusions. I mean, a lot of the standard models, they are good for practical purposes, but just because something is good for a practical purpose doesn't necessarily mean that we have a perfect foundational understanding of what's taking place.
Hmm.
Yeah, Jenny, this has to do with, I think I was telling you about this when you were over at Geo's the other day. I was saying, check out Alan's stuff that he's been doing with the interferometry research and Dayton Miller and
I'm
what is
pretty sure.
what
Yes. Yeah,
yeah,
I think I saved that to my history. But go on. Sorry.
cool. Yeah, no, it's exciting because it is kind of like a turning point in the conversation, and I feel bad for anyone that's just like totally missing it because it is really fucking cool to hear him go in and just like rule these ballers with what they thought was on their side. You know, now interferometry works for flat Earth because it should be showing this orbit of the Earth around the sun, and it doesn't. And it is a precise instrument that should be showing that, and that's a huge point for flat Earth. You know, whether it's a scientific method used or not, it's like just if you let the ballers run around and have their interpretation of it, they're saying they're still lost with the first misinterpretation of it, saying it disproved the ether, and they'd have people on our own side yelling that the ether doesn't exist, which is a claim in itself. You know, like to say it doesn't exist is one thing. You know, I mean, but another thing to just take it out of the conversation and say it's off the table like it's a taboo topic, that just like totally limits the conversation completely in so many ways. I can't even believe it. It's so important for the context of the conversation of flat Earth. To say that it's just a topic we can't even discuss is ridiculous. Whether you think it's a real thing or not is another thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, because a lot of what was being shown by Wang and Dayton Miller is that the speed of light is variable. And if that's the case, then all their shit falls apart.
Yet another anomaly, quote unquote. Ha ha.
You're roboting a little bit now, Jen. But yeah, at the same time, I'll say credit to Nathan Oakley and Anthony Riley. Back in the day, there was a turning point a lot like this when they figured out how Mick West had reverse engineered perspective to include the perfect hidden value for his metabunk calculator on and the ballers couldn't come into the discussion any longer and use that as like, okay, here's your picture, here's your hidden value, and that was a huge turning point in the FE discussion. And that's what it feels like with the interferometry now belonging to us. And so I really hope people don't miss out on it. Not that FE really needed to help winning at this point. It's been over since 2017 as far as the debates go for anyone paying attention. But there's these important things that some people stick on the globe side because they think, oh, well, flat earthers are denying that these instruments are even a thing. It's like saying space is fake as like an overall term when we don't know what space is. So to declare space is fake makes people hand wave dismiss you. And people that think that there's obviously something going on with these readings that the interferometry is showing, they're going to hand wave dismiss you if you call it a parlor trick, and maybe rightly so. Well, maybe it was me losing connection, or is everybody silent?
You're
I
you're
think
not.
Also,
everybody's silent.
yeah. Another thing is we could be also talking about the pendulum. Like they have the go-to of the the Foucault pendulum. That's like their one go-to for rotation, or like the interferometry should be their go-to because that's what it should show. But they don't go to that. They just say that disproves the ether, which is a total misinterpretation of it. So that we can't let them run around going, "Oh, the ether's been disproven by Michelson Morley," because that's just not what happened. And they try to own the Sagnac effect, or Airy's failure. They try to get ahead of the game and try to own these things for their side. Now we're taking them all back because there's real effects being shown here that actually show the opposite of what they're claiming in most cases. And the same with the pendulum. Could be the ether win there, right? We could be talking about the top-down effect of this toroidal, whatever it is, the sidereal rotation of the stars, actually causing some of these effects inside, just because they're not scientifically provable or there's no independent variable that you can necessarily work with. Then then you're just excluding yourself from making any claims about any of those things, which actually show the opposite of what they're claiming. So it doesn't work for us to just say, "Oh, we don't need that. Just come in here and prove the ball, or shut up." Like that limits the conversation, in my opinion. It just makes it kind of like 2015.
Hello?
Hello.
What up, Alan?
Yo, what up?
Hey, the man himself is here. Alan, what's up, brother? This is the guy I was just telling you guys about. He's
What's
the
up,
one doing
JT?
all the interferometry deep research, man. You guys got to check his channel out. I posted it in the live stream for people. That's called Space Audits. What's up, Alan?
Welcome. Hello. What JT said you guys were talking about the ether and such. Figured I'd stop by.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I was just saying. I was just saying that the interferometry stuff you're doing and realizing that that actually should be showing the orbit of the Earth around the sun is a huge point for FE. And I really
Yeah,
hope people
dude.
aren't missing out on that. Yeah. I think you started cutting. Go ahead. You got unstable internet right now. You cut out if you started to talk, Alan.
Oh no, I was about to say something and I got distracted. Full ADD blackout. Go ahead and repeat what you said. Oh, something about actually
It
just
should be
recap what I
showing the
did.
orbit
Yeah.
of the Earth around the
Oh
sun, the
yeah,
interferometry.
yeah. So with what Wang showed in 2004 with the conveyor belt, the linear sections also contribute to the fringe shift pattern. So the excuse that, oh well, the Earth's in linear motion, so we can't measure it, it's not a valid excuse anymore. It's absolutely within the confines to detect it, and they use the circular the Sagnac interferometry, right? So like a rotating one, they attribute the effects to that. So they're like, oh, it's all good. It only detects angular momentum due to rotation, et cetera, et cetera. But like Wayne completely body bag that. So that's it should absolutely be within the confines to be detected. And even outside of interferometry, some people in GPS that work in that field have realized that Earth's orbital velocity should also be accounted for if they're going to account for the Sagnac effect in terms of linear Earth rotation, because the Earth will be, rotating into its orbit, depending on where the GPS signal is being sent and received from. Right, there's always going to be people that are rotating into that linear speed. So that speed should be also added to the delay in which they receive the signal propagation, because in GPS, the the delay in which an observer meaning someone that has a GPS signal receiver, the delay in which they receive that signal is proportional to their velocity. Which, if for those of you guys who are familiar with special relativity, know that that can't happen, right? So even without interferometry, it's still the delay in which you receive electromagnetic propagation is still dependent on the observer's velocity. So the postulates which special relativity are built on aren't even true in nature in any reference frame that we can verify here on Earth. And so to give relativistic explanations to these interferometry measurements, such as time dilation and length contraction, which are secondary corrections that are needed to justify, getting into a new coordinate system where you're going to make the postulation that the speed of light is the same in all inertial reference frames, when it's clearly not. I rest my case, Your Honor.
That's good. I hope some other people have some questions or any more comments. I'm about to get in my car and I won't have reception for a second.
Yeah, I'll link a couple pictures here of some papers that have that kind of visually demonstrate what's going on in the effects. So here, pull this up. So there's several things going on in this image here, but I'll kind of explain it. Starting from the top left. So we got Earth's assumed never accounted for orbital velocity of 30 kilometers a second, noted by the red bar, and then we got the daily rotation, 15 degrees per hour, which is a translational speed that they say is 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which varies to the latitude. Now, what this person pointed out, Ching-Chong Su, and I think that was I can't remember what year, it was in the early 90s. What they pointed out, though, was that while further examination shows that the displacement of the receiver due to the orbital motion of the Earth around the sun whatsoever is not corrected, it is noted that the orbital motion has a linear speed about 100 times that of Earth's rotation. The GPS provides an accuracy of about 15 meters or better in positioning. Thus, the precision of GPS would be degraded significantly if the corrections due to Earth's rotation were not considered. On the other hand, the high precision of GPS would be entirely impossible if they admitted the correction due to the if the admitted correction of orbital motion was really necessary. And to explain that, this person put forward that maybe there's a local ether that's like trapped in the Earth's atmosphere, and it's only affecting when the Earth rotates through that, and that's why there's like a separation between being able to detect the motion of the Earth through the empty vacuum chasing the sun, because it doesn't make any sense to these people who are like familiar with the technology, understand that special relativity is true, but there's this magic delay to the observer proportional to their velocity. So we're going to account Earth rotation, which is just ether wind. It's literally a coordinate system transformation to differentiate between globular rotation in a stationary Earth with respect to an ether wind. So the way that they're just like totally blown away by this, like, why this doesn't make any sense, because GPS is accurate down to the millimeter without any corrections in the first measurement that it takes in the ECI reference frame with the range measurement equation. So anything after that, like, these people are, the people that get it, they're like, what the heck is going on? Why wouldn't you account for that? And the answer is because we're not moving. And if we're not moving, we're not rotating, and all these things. So it's a dead giveaway. But they don't really talk about it, or like this guy's paper didn't get much coverage, even in the GPS documents. I forget what the document's called. It's the directive interface something, but even in that, it says to account for the velocity of the observer in it, which is direct contradiction to special relativity. Yeah, here we go. Here's a picture of that as well. The GPS has to include all receiver motion in the effect, rotational or not. So GG, been real. And here's the diagram of Wang's experiment real quick. So on the circular parts where the fiber optic cable is, rotating around the coils, that's what they would typically attribute to causing a fringe shift pattern. But what Wang actually showed is that the linear parts in motion, so like the straight lines that go, at the bottom of the circles there that connect them all, the motion between that also, contributed to the fringe pattern, showing that The Sagnac effect is not due to Earth rotation at all. It's due to it's directionally dependent, and from that he doesn't make any further assertions. But I'll go ahead and step in and talk about ether wind from that, even if he's not willing to take it that far. But that's what he experimentally measured and provided evidence for: direct contradictions, special relativity, and re-invoking the ether framework, right? Because if the speed of light is going to be uh, delayed in that regard, like to a first order effect, then the only mechanism to facilitate that would be the medium in which electromagnetic propagation is taking place in. All right, I rest my case again.
Is there a mod here that can voice verify Toby if he hops up into VC1 voice verify?
Obetheus.
I got you.
Thanks for helping out. Sorry, I got a phone call. Hey, Alan, uh, what is it that the Globers are trying to do when they're like fighting over second order of magnitude, and you just keep saying like, "Hey, this is first order." Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the difference there is that the measurement requires no corrections, no assumptions, no theories to explain it. The second would be making corrections to a measurement to fit the observation, right? So you know how we keep hearing the story of like relativity is consistently verified. It's the most verified experiment. Blah 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 blah. Well, the reason that it's the most verified, consistently, verified, pinnacle of human thought ever is because the coordinate system transformation of time and distance traveled contracts proportionally hyperbolically. Uh, so they can explain anything in that under that framework by removing the mechanism of propagation and then saying that the coordinate system that they're describing conforms to their assumptions of the speed of light so that they can use it as a measuring stick is what they're doing. It makes an unfalsifiable reality for them, and then if they get a measurement that contradicts their postulates, well, guess what, homie, they can just apply more corrections. And that's the danger of phenomenology and abstract mathematics. When you combine those two, you get a lethal dose of sniffing your own farts. You just write eloquent equations to describe phenomenon, and you don't require any understanding of the phenomenon or like the underlying conditions of it, like what's happening, like the internal mechanisms of the motion, why it's happening, all that kind of stuff. Any way to describe the pressure mediation, like no. If you can just describe the phenomenon with equations and corrections to fit within the postulates that are given to you, you're good to go. That's why it's like, how are all these people in on it? How do they not know? They're just following the math, guys. They've been told that you apply this correction and reality conforms to math, and they're good at the math. They think that they're just doing, they're just, when we're all taught how to do subtraction and all that, you carry the 3 over. It's like they're just they don't look at it the way that we're looking at it, because they think that the abstract concepts are real that have been attributed to the phenomenon.
Yeah, so it's like a way to force the fairy tale down everyone's throat and argue semantics and insanity because it is a ever changing fairy tale. But you're saying, look, first order of magnitude is when we measure this way and we measure that way, there's not a difference. Is that right?
When you do a measurement and you don't make any corrections to it, then yeah. When you don't have to make any corrections or assumptions or anything like that.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome, man. It's an absolute body bag, man, because further in GPS, right? So when they take that first order measurement in the ECI reference frame with the range measurement equation, it accurately and instantly derives the distance to the receiver. Now I'm not talking location in terms of triangulation, but just the distance from when it was sent to where it's at. That distance from when it was sent to where it was received, accurate down to the millimeter. Now, obviously, they send in like, what is it, 3 or 4 to get the triangulation for the actual location, but that's irrespective of what we're talking about here. That first measurement is accurate down to the millimeter, no corrections necessary, nothing, right? Now, because of how GPS is set up, being a time interval system, and all the clocks are linked together to GPS time, everything is happening within this GPS timestamp. The speed of light were truly invariant. Then, when they take a measurement in the ECI reference frame, that distance should transform to any coordinate system invariantly. So, if they have like a polar coordinate system, a local street map, like anything, it should all be the same. It should uniformly transform and that's called Lorentz covariance. What that would be adhering to. So like that's how they verify things. Like when they say all reference frames are equally valid. Well, how do you prove that, right? Because you can't go to these reference frames, right? Well, they do it mathematically under transformations, because when you transform the laws of physics, or in this case, the way the GPS is set up, being synced to the same time and the speed of light, hold on one second. I am sorry. The transitions should be invariant under transformation. They shouldn't it shouldn't require any additional corrections. But what they find is that when they transform it, it does require additional corrections again, which is like insane, because the range measurement equation already accounted for the Sagnac effect in it, and how they're talking about it with the delay and velocity relative to the observer and all that. It's already accounted for in the first measurement, so it's a first order measurement. So under the transformations, when they then apply corrections to it on their new coordinate systems, they're showing that their system is flawed, because it should require no corrections under the way that they have it designed, because it doesn't derive distance the traditional way. So like that's a huge thing that it shows for us that their framework is also invalid.
Man, that's awesome. It kind of reminds me of like, because my cousin is an engineer in Dallas, and he does huge roadways, big projects, and he does talk about geodetic surveying, and he says they plot it out as if it's totally level or whatever, and then they have to, when they're doing the bidding, they have to apply the spherical trigonometry or the spherical whatever, the math, to
Yeah.
submit the bid. But really, up to 100 miles squared, it can just be flat as a pancake. Another thought is, if we were, like hypothetically speaking, if the globe was real and we were slinging around the sun, and we really were moving 66,600 miles an hour in orbit around the sun and spinning at 1,040 at the equator, these tests are so high tech and sensitive that it'd be like, yeah, body bag, we are a spinning ball going around the sun, but it's not. That's not what the results show at all.
Yeah, not even close. The measurements that they get that confirm their model only exist in corrections that are made after the fact under assumptions, and that can't be verified, that don't reflect in the initial measurements, et cetera, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy. But see, the thing is though, is like once you have people adopt that framework and assume that that's true and that's how light propagates at this finite speed, et cetera, like it's game over, because no one's going to they're just going to find more corrections to make it fit, and that's what they do. So when Einstein switched from algebra to differential calculus, the thing with differential calculus is when you change the initial value or the boundaries of it. So like when they swap out the metric tensor that describes the space-time interval, so the overall coordinate system, or when they swap out the metric tensors that describe the conservation laws or whatever else they're trying to do, they can extrapolate any mathematical calculation that they need to, and establish covariance with it, and give it the appearance that the laws of physics are being transformed correctly and all that. So that's like a whole separate issue, the covariance thing. But yeah, it's like once they have that framework though, and the leadway to swap out metrics, they can literally get whatever results they want. And they actually do that with let me show you guys some metrics that they have. Yeah. So here we go. This is from my How Math Became Reality presentation. So this is just a list of some common metrics that you guys might hear about. So we got your Schwarzschild metric, you got your curve metric, your FRW metric, your curvature tensors, your Einstein tensors, and all that, and your pseudo tensors, which account for the conservation laws. So when you're so in the case of trying to describe the perihelion precession or whatever, um, the Schwarzschild metric was applied. So what the conditions that imposes is that it would say, so you know how the sun's like moving through space and all that, and it's a big circle object that's rotating also. So the way that the Schwarzschild metric imposes its calculations is it says that the sun is a stationary object. It's not moving, it's not rotating, it has no charge. It has, nothing that would give it additional energy to affect its gravitational potential relative to its size. And then it calculates Mercury as having no weight, calculates it as if it's a photon traveling in a geodesic, which is just a straight line. But the curvature of space time produced by the sun's gravitational field actually causes Mercury to follow that curvature as it's traveling in the straight line. So that's how they calculated that. Now, obviously, Mercury has weight, so that's not true. And the sun, even in their paradigm, is rotating, has charge potential, and all that. And then so they get stationary black holes out of that as well. But to get to another type of black hole, they have an they have another metric, the Kerr metric, which describes rotation. So for this one, when they need to describe something that's rotating and to account for the gravitational forces and how like that would affect it, right? Because everything in relativity theory, like the energy of it and all that, is all translatable and equatable to the gravitational field. So when they need to get more energy or account for whatever X Y Z factors of momentum, they bust out your boy the Kerr metric, and what do you know, they get invariant transformations. So this is the way that leads them to believe that the transformations they're doing are valid and meaningful. But the fact that they can just swap these in and out is completely invalidated what little checks and balances covariance would apply. Now, personally, I'm of the opinion that covariance, establishing that within a mathematic framework to describe your to describe reality or whatever, would be a good step forward in setting checks and balances for yourself, so you don't get carried away with something like this. But when it's applied with a framework in which you just have these tensors that you can just swap in and out to get the desired effect, so that everything's quote unquote generally covariant, it's kind of a slap in the face to what they were originally trying to facilitate with covariance. All right, and that's all I got on that. Does anyone else wants to talk or has questions?
Appreciate all your hard work on all this stuff, dude.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a blast. It's my favorite subject, man. Just learning about the Sagnac effect itself, was super fun, because if you go to Wikipedia, you get this like cut and dry, BS, right? But then when you like look into the actual narrative of it, it's got like 12 different explanations for it. It went completely unanswered for like 6 or 8 years. It had to be swept into general relativity using using metric tensors just to account. A specific metric tensor actually derived specifically to account for angular momentum on the small scale, so that they could say that the Sagnac device, in its rotation, the energy of its rotation was equivalent to time dilation and length contraction to produce the fringe shift pattern, which is crazy. But again, that's the leadway of the metric tensor system, right? So they just derived this entire system to wrap in an effect that invalidated the special theory of relativity. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I've enjoyed, Witsit's stream on the wobble, like the three different wobbles that, are supposed to be happening. And I've just looked at this whole debate, flat versus globe, from a childlike mind, because I had to come into it. I mean, I didn't know anything. A year and a half ago, I had not even heard flat Earth. And a lot of my thinking on it is just questioning, like, are we still? Are we stable? I know it sounds really silly because people talk like high level stuff in here and fight back and forth, but just realizing and waking up to the fact that we're not moving 1.3 or 1.4 million miles through the vacuum of space every day, that we're stable and fixed and still, and water finds its level and it's not sloshing around, that's brought me peace. It's brought me joy. It feels good. Because I mean, every 7 to 14 years, they tell us that the Earth wobbles 60 inches. And I'm thinking, okay, the Earth is huge and there's so much mass and the metric tons of water. And if there is a 60-inch shift, I don't even care how slow it shifted. If you got an object spinning at 1040 and it shifts 60 inches, you're going to see some movement of water somewhere on the land. But all the beaches we have across the whole plain um, just lap up gently as they always have. And there's not a tsunami unless there's like an earthquake. So it just makes sense. It's easy. I'm not nervous about being wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the Globers, they won't look into it or meditate on it, or they won't remove from their mind what they think is true to ask questions about like what could be true, what is true. Last thing, last night I saw where the globe is supposed to shift quite a bit to give us seasons, yet Polaris stays fixed over the North Pole. So my question is, if the Earth shifts to give us summer and winter, the North Pole shouldn't be affected. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it should be moving into a different position, but it doesn't. So anyway, it's just a lot of funny stuff. I'm just like laughing at it. And most of y'all in here do a better job of waking people up than me. I just say, I believe it. This is what seems to be true. Listen to Witsit, listen to Alan. I mean, a lot of you guys are legends, and I'm still picking up information off y'all. So thanks for all your efforts to push back the darkness, push back the deception, and get people to, be alive again. Really, because this has opened my mind up to, inquisitive. Like I've just become so inquisitive about the world. Like exploration of where we live has come back onto the scene. What's really going on, rather than just being told when you're 5, this is what it is. This is what it is. Like now I can really ask questions again. It's fun.
Yeah, it's like when you like reapproaching like learning all this is is way more fun than going from the perspective that like yeah somebody already figured it out and there's no meaning to it because we're all in an infinite vacuum that has no purpose. It's like when you have a reason to figure it out, it's like it's way more fun and enjoyable. It's been a blast learning all this.
Will there be a practicality after furthering our understanding on this, Alan, do you think?
Yeah, so moving the conversation forward and arguing with people about like boats and curvature disappearing isn't like really going to cut it or whatever. So like with this and the experimental evidence it put forward, you can start taking this to like the more academic approach. There's even I think it's like $600 you can get laser printed gyros that are sensitive enough to measure quote unquote Earth rotation. We can start getting our own data and building our own model. Like the way forward in this with Sid is completely right. Is like we just got to do our own stuff and our own experiments and build our own models, like irrespective of what these people say, because it's we're like 13 years into this now, and like there's still people that are like, you can't navigate on a flat Earth, you can't go in a circle on a flat Earth. It's like, all right, man, like we just gotta elevate, So like, yeah, there's definitely a use for this, and yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I was thinking like I know like yeah, I don't even care to like, if a glober wants to believe it's a globe, whatever, I don't care really. So I was just thinking like practicalities, like when I keep on researching into this ether, it seems like this is the unifying theory, like the one theory that can unify all of the science from the quantum to the to the cosmic level. So it seems
Right.
like this can further our understanding of what's going on around here, and it seems like this is the key to the idea of free energy.
Yeah. So on the quantum level, like all the elementary particles that they say that they keep finding and discovering, which is up to 200 or 2000, depending on, what sources you're using to count. The thing with that, with all these elementary particles though, is that they're all under certain conditions, they can all change into one another. So like the implication there is that they all share a common source. So like the etheric background, perhaps, right? And what was the other thing you said? So gravitation. would be like an emergent property of the ether through pressure mediation. So like two objects getting closer together or something, the ether between them would become rarefied. The ether around them, there would be like this pressure differential uh, of the densities of ether between them, and that could cause some sort of attraction if there's any. Like there's the mechanisms and everything that it provides explanations for is just you're right. It is the unified theory, and that's why there isn't one now because they have to do one without one, based on their to the postulates of Einstein. So that's really hard to do when there's no mechanism to facilitate energy transfer or waves or mechanical motion or anything like that. Um, so they're like, yeah, that's why they're just like, maybe there's a string that connects all the universe. It's like, what? Is it that hard to just say ether?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, dude, it's so funny when I talk to string theorists. Like, I'm like, yeah, dude, you're like
yeah,
describing the ether straight up. You know what I mean? It's funny.
yeah, yeah, maybe there's this interconnected fabric that ties all the universe. But buddy, it's just the ether. They're like, no, 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 it's a multiverse, and Captain Thor will save us or whatever. And it's like, nah, nah, you know.
Yeah, I heard something kind of profound, and I think it gives common ground to the creationist and the Big Bang theorist. You know, everything started with a sound.
Mm.
I think that God said, "Let there be light," and I think this is exactly what He was talking about when
So
He said, "This light."
luminescence.
Yeah, yeah. One of the most
Hey, Tor, for yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just
mhm.
gonna say it's interesting that the original words in that is Haya Ora. Like he says, "Let there be light," but that's the translation. But like the name Yah is actually incorporated into that verse.
Yeah, so one of the things
Yep.
I noticed when I started reading Genesis, because I didn't grow up like religious or anything, I didn't read the Bible for the first time until I was, a couple years ago, actually, when I got into flat Earth and started realizing that this place had a
Yeah.
had a real spiritual meaning to it. But anyway, one of the things that I found most profound in Genesis was, it starts with a medium and then a vibration. Like, God speaks the world into existence through the through vibrations in the medium, which I was like, it totally blew me away. Like in that first couple verses or whatever, I was like, dang, they just put it out there, right? And these ideas, like you can track back these ideas of medium and vibration to all ancient cosmology. So you know how we have the argument that all ancient cosmologies were flat Earth cosmologies in a dome and all that, like level plane enclosed and all that. So they all also had an underlying belief about an interconnected, world medium. So it's just like when you go through the historicity of all that, it's like not only were they like, yeah, we're on a stationary plane of existence, they also acknowledged that there was, something else to this place um, to facilitate all that.
Yeah, it kind of takes away the mystery behind like star forts and these things. All these structures are shaped in the way, like I've been researching the ether, and a lot of them talk about a hexagonal element to it. And it's so strange. Like the bees have this, everything. If you create these different resonances, this is how we're going to be able to manipulate it. Now, I don't think we're ever going to fully understand it, but by trial and error, we can further our understanding in a way of practicality. Just like light. Like no one really knows what the heck light is, but we can definitely tell if a car is moving at 30 mile an hour by calibrating this machine. You know what I mean? So it's kind of cool. So
Right. No, no, absolutely, man.
Yeah, I like that point. Somebody was talking about it the other day, and I've been pondering it lately. If you just imagine all of human history, and I'm talking about families and babies and love and nurturing and caring and all of human existence, they knew it was stationary and they were central and they were important and God provided and the luminaries circled around them. It's only this tiny little blip on the radar, just a tiny moment where people are globers. And we're like, hey, why don't we rethink this? Why don't we look at this from all angles? And they're like, no, it's been proven. Look at the pictures from space. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, another random thought. So we use money and they can print as much of it as they want. We are in different systems of education, governmental systems, there's political systems all over the place, and most of us are just getting into the understanding of the ether, and we're stationary topographical plane, etc. And like you guys were just talking, Toby and Alan, about like the connectivity of all the major branches of science could just unify with the ether coming back into play. And then it has me wondering, what have these people done outside the ice wall, like in Antarctica or somewhere? They've known the truth about all this, and they've exploited it, and they've got their flying machines, and they're messing with it, and have for many years. And all I'm thinking is, it's been in the wrong hands. The knowledge has been in the wrong hands, and it's been used to control and to smush us down and dumb us down. And what I'm hoping is, as the truth breaks forth, good people with awesome intentions of, healing world hunger and actually bringing love and that nurturing family care and friends and fellowship back
Yeah,
into the world, and rocking it the right way. It's going to be awesome.
I think that that's one thing that's interesting that a lot of people find it hard to understand. There's no law against doing good. Like in reality, doing good is not actually illegal. And if more people did good, the world would be better. But most folks, you know, it's like they've been raised up into not caring. You've been given this generational sense of apathy.
Yeah, for sure. The mainstream, I mean, the world, and I would say Satan, the great deceiver, has tried to convince every human being that they're not enough, they're not good enough, they don't matter. You need more material things. You need to, acquire
Yeah,
money or a hot chick or a hot wife, and it's like, wait a minute. The true value is in human relation, like connecting, trust, honor, glorifying the creator, and like all the fruits of the spirit. What you just said, there's no law against how much of that you can do. And some people, once we start talking this way, they get triggered and they get angry and they say, no, you're a fool, you're following some stupid book. And they don't get it, because it's freedom. There's freedom in love, operating in love and light and high vibration. There's freedom.
what's funny about that, the accusation about following some book, is that there's people who behave exactly like we're talking about. And they haven't really read the Bible, but it's written on their hearts and they know what to do. So where does the book come in? The truth is there regardless. A lot of it's like a straw man. They try and follow. They're pretty much like Bible thumpers from the dark side. They keep on, but this book says, and usually they're misinterpreting an English copy of something without going any deeper.
The real tough thing there is people can take the certain parts of the Bible way out of context or make it say whatever they want it to say.
Yeah,
Uh, but the truth is, we do have a loving, sovereign, all powerful creator that made this place. And we're here breathing. Our heart is beating. If you're hearing my voice, your heart is beating and you're breathing. And that is a gift. And so if you can be thankful that you're breathing and your heart is beating and you're thinking, even if you're strapped for cash or have a disease or whatever that is, you can still be grateful for what you do have, you know. And most of us eat a meal, every day, have the ability to eat. A lot of people in this existence can't. But if you can be grateful, it makes a big difference.
faith works both ways. So if people are negative about things, and instead of having that attitude of gratitude, then that negative crap that they say will influence their lives in a negative way.
I think just as important as acknowledging problems in the world is you know at least talking about or doing something about or acknowledging the actual cause of certain problems in the world. Like people
Yeah,
like talk about problems, but I very rarely ever hear people talk about the cause of one problem or another and addressing
yeah.
the cause of one problem or another. People just like talk about.
It's like they want
You
to.
know,
Sorry, I was just
no,
want to yes in what you're saying, bro. I was just saying like they'd rather talk about the problem than the solution. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I pass the mic back to you, Orion. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
I was like, I was hearing some radio show host make the point a little while ago that like, saying about how like maybe 40% or something of Americans are like 500, like a 500 or $1,000 bill away from becoming like, in serious financial trouble themselves, like being completely, totally broke. And it's like, he's making the point, like, the question you got to ask yourself is what portion of that 40% in the last year or so bought $1,000 cell phone, that they didn't really need, but they just really want it. And it's not every one of them. It's not all of the 40%. But let's be honest. We've all known people in this 40%. We know how they spend their money. Friends of ours like this and how they spend their money. Like a large portion of them bought $1,000 cell phone in the last year or so. I mean, like I have, the cell phone I'm using right now, it was originally $1,000, but I didn't buy it for $1,000. I bought it used for $300. And the only reason why I even did that was because the cell phone I had before this, the updates stopped being provided by Samsung for it. So even though I took a good care of my cell phone, it no longer was functional. I had to buy a new one.
I don't want to say anything else related to the situation except just money, and that's it, because that's the whole point. Everything else is non sequitur. But look at how people look at what they did with that stimulus, where the money went. Didn't go to making their lives better. Just spent it. Oh, me get stuff. Yay! Santa Claus Day in the middle of the year. The average person did not use that money wisely. I think that's a pattern. Anytime that large sums of money is given out to people, it's just whatever. It's raining. Let's just play in the rain. There's so many posts about people getting all kinds of tech or video game consoles or whatever, just enjoying their lives with their little chunk of change that they got. And then some people were wise, like they did certain things. Like I bought a bus. We invested it in something that we can use that'll be there in the future. And I saw others doing things like that too, like preparing and actually hanging on to something tangible that isn't a waste of time. But that was very few. We live in a consumer nation. And it's not even that I'm against people, acquiring wealth and all that. It's just that when the priorities are around foolishness, a fool and his money is easily parted. The duality of the conversations in comparison to what we're talking about here versus what's being discussed in the live stream. It's kind of interesting. So I think that we should continue going in the direction of the more like benevolence that you were talking about, run Boston Bear. Since it's been pretty hot in the kitchen today. one thing that I think is there's a sense of idealism when it comes to the flat Earth. Like, oh well, if everybody knew, then the world would be better. No, why would it? So like in the past, there's a lot of really wicked people who they were flat earthers. Nothing would have changed their mind. They already knew that the earth is flat, so that didn't make them good people. This situation is more about a revelation of light. That's what apocalypse means, is to shine light on something. That doesn't mean that the people who understand the truth are good. It just means the truth is going to be revealed. I'm saying this because I think everybody needs to be careful moving forward, knowing damn well that there's psyop shit tied into this conversation, and the UN map kind of proves it, since it's quite literally what it is. There's like dark minder flat earthers out there pulling some strings, and you guys know it. Don't let them lead you. And I'm not talking about anybody here. I'm talking about outside of this, beyond it. Don't let them lead you.
Dude, that's a good fresh perspective to have. Good take. I agree.
Or was that you that spoke last? I heard you say that's a nice, fresh perspective, but then you roboted pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm in a bad spot, but it was a great take.
Thanks, man. It's just the way I see it. There's a lot of tribalism here, and some people have this sense of naivety to them where they're thinking, "Oh, flat Earth good, globe bad." But that's a fallacy. That's a dangerous one. Hold on a second.
It reminds me of the old quote, right? With great responsibility comes great power.
Great power, yeah. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah,
There you go. That's it.
that's the thing though. Some people can't handle it. So what does the power do to them? It's kind of like they get the one ring, and all of a sudden they're Gandalf the Black or whatever. They want to use it for evil. You go full Darkminder.
Yeah, I'll just tell y'all, in a nutshell, I had a pretty rough like 20 years of my life before I met the Messiah. Even though I was born in the Bible Belt of East Texas, so church on every corner, went to church my whole life, but didn't really understand any of it. Just tried to like play it like it was a game to get something, like to get heaven or to get peace and joy, but it wasn't really working or
Brownie
lasting.
points.
Huh? Brownie points. Yeah,
Like
put
getting
God
brownie
into my
points with the
debt,
man upstairs. Yeah.
all that stuff. But because I kept a tight grip around how I spent my money and how I looked, how I looked at women, you know, it never was surrender. It wasn't full surrender. So anyway, 14 years ago, full surrender happened, and I've been walking best I could with the Messiah. The neat thing that happened for me with Flat Earth is at first it was laughable because I didn't know anything about it, and that was my knee-jerk reaction, was just to like chuckle and be like, "That's silly, that's weird." But as I began to question, well, if the creator made something different than the heliocentric model, if that's not creation, I want to know what it is. And as I dove in to basically being a truther, Globers would call me a conspiracy theorist, and I try to correct them and say no, I'm a conspiracy analyst. Anyway, as I dove in, more and more things came to light, like many, many, many deceptions. And it was at first, in the first like 6 months, it was very unnerving and terrifying. And like I didn't know which way to go. I didn't know what it meant. But as I let things settle and I ask the Spirit of Yah to guide me, stability, like as I understood that we are stable and fixed and everything is okay, everything's fine. I realized that I was quite a judgmental person. I didn't know that though until I got on Discord with all of you guys, and I started hearing many other people's hearts and minds on what they think about God or no God, or are we seated here by aliens? And I had to kind of realize it's best just to love all these people wherever they're at and not judge them harshly. Because that old Christian boy back in the day would be like, "You don't think like I think. You're an enemy and you're lost and I don't want to hear you." But now, if anybody has anything to say calmly, like I don't like when people are yelling and they're irate and they're just like viciously bringing hostility and negativity. That's drama. But if you're telling me what you believe and what you truly think and you're being real, it doesn't offend me to hear your faith. If you're Muslim, if you're, not a non-believer or any of that stuff. So walking in the truth of flat Earth has brought me to a place where I don't judge people anymore. I just love them better. So that's my little snippet story.
That's a good point, JT. One of the realizations I came to, because I noticed, like, am I breaking up, by the way?
No, you're clear.
Okay. One of the things I noticed, like, even in the realms of like thinking there's a creator and the Christianity and this and that, is a lot of people are doing that selfishly, right? Storing treasures up in heaven, like, oh, I'm doing this because of I'm going to end up with much more after this life. And to me, it's like, don't count on it. You know what I mean? Like, do it for the betterment of all of us, for the betterment of Earth, for the betterment of yourself. You're just here helping others, and if in the end you're wrong, it's all good. You know, I mean, we lived a good life.
Yeah, dude. And it's weird. I'm just going to tell you, and I'm going to admit it, that my faith is in the Messiah, and I believe in the story of the gospel and the Creator God, the Most High above us, and the New Jerusalem, all the stuff. I believe in all that. But as I've learned about True Earth, and as I just explained, as I've stopped judging people for what they're believing, here's the bottom line. If Christianity and the Bible is not the truth, it's not, like I die and realize like, oh my gosh, it's a different creator. Like it's it is a all, I would believe, an all powerful and a loving sovereign creator. But I'm still living a life that I'm trying to push out love. I'm trying to push out those fruits of the spirit, or live and operate in the fruits of the spirit. So I'm to a point where whatever created this place, I feel like is going to be proud of me, because I'm not trying to hurt myself or hurt others or take. I'm just trying to give. And I hope I'm nailing it with my faith. I hope I'm right on the right path with like returning to Torah, taking it back to the basics, just living like Jesus lived. But if I'm wrong, I feel like there's going to be a hug from the Creator, and that's a good feeling.
Heck yeah, brother, for sure.
And then, side note, I'm not perfect. I don't want anyone to hear me say like I don't make mistakes, because I'm a fallible man, and I'm a father, a loving father, and a loving husband. But I am not walking in perfection, but I'm trying to be as close to that as I can by yielding my life and my intentions and my thought and my heart. I yield it over to the Creator, and I ask the Spirit of Yah to guide me daily. And if I do that, I feel like I have a better chance at living a life He would have me live than me trying to be some like smarty pants that knows a lot and tries to operate in my own mind, because I know what my mind can do. My heart and my mind can do evil. It's all it's done for 20 years, but for 15 years trying to live for the Creator, it's brought a lot of peace and joy, and I'd say fruit. My 3 kiddos, my wife, my marriage, my peace. I'm off of porn. Don't look at it at all. Um, it's just there's fruit that I'm holding in my heart and in my life that nobody can say nuh-uh to me about.
You got that peace that surpasses all understanding, bro.
It's funny. I don't even know how, because I was a wreck. Like I was out of hand and I was shown grace and mercy, and I was shown a new path, and it was a small change years ago that ended up being a big change today. So if any of you are listening at work, watching the kids, cleaning the house, whatever, if you want to make any kind of change with your health, with your weight, with your mentality, how you view yourself in the mirror, it's a small decision today, and then it's just consistently just sticking with it, and you can come out from under any oppression, because I came out from under tons of jacked up stuff. So yeah, don't give up.
So to reply back on what Ethergrass was talking about earlier and what you did with that money, I went out and bought a P1000 so I could get a picture of the Earth curve, and I must have wasted my money because I still haven't found it yet.
Nice. Hey, Q,
Like that.
are you on a mic or your phone? Because you came through super clear.
Who, me?
Yeah, it just sounds real crisp, and I didn't know if it was a phone or if you actually had a mic set up.
Well, I'm at work. I've been using a little camera with a mic in it that I had to hold right up to my mouth, and it sounded really crappy. But I brought in a headset with a microphone, so I can go ahead and wear this. Sounds a little bit better, hopefully.
Oh yeah, it's real good.
Well, let's do this. Okay, check, test 1, 2. All right, I'm just going to say something and switch over to the live stream so I can hear how it sounds.
Sounds good. Somebody else spoke up a second ago. Did you want to re-say what you said, whoever it was?
Okay, I was able to hear myself. And yes, indeed, this does sound good, or better than the other one did.
When I'm going to talk a lot, I just use speakerphone because my AirPods have a tendency. It's like sometimes they'll nail it and they're like, "No, I hear you perfect," and then sometimes they're really terrible. But I know I need to get off the Bluetooth because it's not good for my body.
Well, seeing as how there's dead air here, I'm going to go ahead and play one of my latest creations. It's
Wave Mixer's got some pro level experience with this stuff. It's awesome when we see him making content.
So I missed the first part of your reply. I heard you say something about when I was talking about making this, and then I came back and I heard about something about the Flash. I had a phone call in between I had
Uh,
to take, so I missed most of that.
I was just saying that you've got a lot of experience working with sounds and editing, like creating your own content kind of thing. So it's awesome when you do that. Like when you make stuff, I always find it pretty cool.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I used to work for a jewelry manufacturing company. I was their IT department. So aside from keeping the computers running, I'd also go ahead and make commercials, both audio and video. So I've animations, all kinds of stuff. Had a lot of chance to play with that stuff. I've been doing that professionally now for a few years. So I just felt I had to do something creative. I wanted to go make something. So 24/7 gave me a reason to go ahead and come up and make something.
Yeah, that's great. I had mentioned, or what I was saying was, I heard, I think yesterday, somebody asked you how you did it, and you gave the whole breakdown of how you splice this and use this program, that program. You gave the whole rundown, and I was just saying thanks for putting the effort in because it really came out clean.
Yeah, I want to make a couple more versions of that. And the tail end of it, where it's playing the dun 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 dun, it does the whole ending thing of the theme. I want to go ahead and have that come in sooner and have it fade in so you hear it in the background, so it's not as long towards the end. And I've got a few other things I want to have them say too.
No,
So it's a
great.
work in progress.
Have you considered doing a YouTube channel or Instagram or maybe TikTok? Because people are eating stuff like that up, like super viral.
Well, I have a YouTube channel, and this is on both on my SoundCloud and on my YouTube channel.
Direct message me your channel. I'll do a follow, or if you want to in the main chat.
Okay, I just posted a link to my SoundCloud channel. There's a bunch of radio commercials that I did a few years back, about 10 years or so ago, along with some other stuff that I play around with.
I'll be back in a few. I'm gonna go for a golf cart ride with the kids, with the children's. Peace out, y'all.
Have fun.
So here's a little bit longer version that he has a little bit more to say. Wait a minute, I gotta fix that. Boom. Try that.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
So, I mean,
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.